Welcome back. So, we have a lot we want to get done today. We have things we want to get done today. Number 1 on the agenda. I'm almost level, I'm like 900 EXP away. I'm almost level 60. Let's hit that. That's goal number 1. Goal number 2 is to continue my rank 5 nation mission. That one's gonna take a while, and I may or may not do it today. I may not get it all done, but that's what I'm gonna try for. Also, I would like to say, man, look at this. I'm up to 1,161,000 now. I made a ton of gil just killing those killer mushrooms down in the crawler's nest. I didn't even, I was still using white mage, so I didn't even have like treasure hunter. But the mushrooms that they drop actually sell really good just to NPCs. And there's one mushroom that they drop fairly rarely, but with treasure hunter I'll have a better chance. It's like the king truffle, I think it's called. And it sells for, I found 3 of them, and they sold for 8,000 gil each individually on the auction house. And then, oh yeah, all the dark crystals I found, good, very good money. Those mushrooms are quite good cash. But I found something that I could do with the money, and it's something that I'd heard about, but I always thought, oh, that's probably some high-level, super expensive thing. It's probably out of my reach, right? But I mean, I have the gil now, so I got a warp cudgel. So this cost 18,000 gil, which maybe a month ago. A month ago, I would not have spent 18,000 gil on anything, but now I have the gil. So this nice little cudgel here, it has an enchantment that you can use on the item. It only has 30 charges, only. 30 charges is more than good enough, but it is a limited item. But when you use it, it casts warp, which will warp you back to your home point. Now, the advantage to this is that I don't have to use an instant warp scroll, which I was using those up until now. I don't have to use those anymore, as long as I'm level 36 or higher. And I don't have to equip Black Mage as my sub-job, although if I'm in a situation where I don't need I don't need the advantage of another sub-job, I would totally just go / Black Mage just to, because it doesn't cost anything, right? But in many circumstances where you wouldn't want to be / Black Mage, you're not just transporting between towns or whatever. Yeah, being able to just warp it's really valuable. And I kind of look at it like this. Normally what I would do is I would go to the nearest outpost, and I would get teleported back to Sandoria, and then from there, go wherever I'm gonna go, or switch jobs to Black Mage, etc. But if my nation doesn't control the region, it costs like 1,000 gil to teleport back to town, right? And that's not much, but it does add up. And think about it like this: I spent 18,000 gil on the warp cudgel. So if let's do some math, right? Let's say that a teleport from an outpost back home, that's 1,000 gil each, right? So let's say every charge on this warp cudgel is worth 1,000 gil. I mean, that's a good equivalent. Well, if we look at it like that, then that is 30,000 gil value. Like, that'd be 30,000 gil I would spend in outpost teleports. But it only cost 18,000. So, okay, if we look at it like that, it is a money-saving maneuver. It's a big time-saving maneuver too. So, I'm gonna use warp cudgels from now on. I feel like I can afford it. It feels good to be able to actually buy things in the game. because there's so many cool items and consumables and just weird shit. It's fun to just be able to indulge in that. Makes me happy. Oh, it's the 0 hour. Oh my god, 855 gil for chicken. Well, if I go back up to Upper Juno, it'd probably be a little. It would probably be cheaper from Upper Juno, but I don't really think it would save, like, time-wise. It would lose me time. I can afford the gil. I can afford it. I guess I'll look at it like this. We're going back to the Crawler's Nest. We're gonna kill stuff down there again. And the money that I will get from killing things will be of greater value than the chocobo I am renting. So I will just look at it like that. Oh god, I forgot, there's all these people just standing out here. Look at this nonsense. I totally forgot, yeah, because I guess it's because of, like, the auction house thing, right? Like, they, or not the auction house, the bazaar thing. Apparently there's no charge to, like, there's no taxation for just standing outside of town. There's either little or no taxation. And so you get people just sitting outside of Juno with their bazaar flag up, and that is so strange to me. That's really strange to me. Because that's not how it was back in the day. Like, people would hang around town, oftentimes by the residential districts, and they'd all have their bazaar up there, and that kind of made sense to me. Like, it sort of made sense. Because most of the towns, they have like a kind of corridor leading to the residential area, and that corridor is usually where people would pop their bazaar up. So it kind of felt like, oh, that's the merchant's alley, right? It made sense to me. A little more sense than a bunch of people standing around in a field. That feels a little strange. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm guessing they made that change to kind of encourage people to do that AFK Bazaar thing in a less crowded area. Like, I guess they want people plying their trade outside of town so they don't lag the towns up. I would assume that's the logic behind it. And I guess that would make sense, so okay, good. Oh yeah, I could have done that too. Yeah, I could have outposted to Durfland. I did that last time. Yeah, like last time I outposted to Durfland and I went up. I'm not really sure which one's quicker, right? Like, I mean, I know that would have saved me some gil, but I guess I can afford it. I'm more looking at time, and I guess with time, I'm not really sure which one is faster. Like, is it faster to chocobo from Juno down here, or to outpost? I feel like it's more or less the same amount of time. Probably. You know what? I could get a stopwatch and I could time it, but I'm too lazy for that. But also, yes, good morning. Good morning, Tuldar. Well, afternoon for me. It's look, it's 16 minutes after noon, so it is in fact the lazy afternoon stream for me. I just left morning behind, and Germany. Oh, which we just got some goodies that the wife was interested in some imports, so we imported a box of fucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and some hot tamales candies. But the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, we wanted to compare it to. There's a cereal here that's just generic store brand, but it's basically Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but it's made with whole wheat. it's a little healthier, a little bit. But I wanted to compare the taste, and she did too. So we went for yeah, for that. No, I am not military. I married in, because the wife has a very nice setup and job here, so it made more sense. But I can speak German, but with a horrible American accent. God, it's always weird to me whenever we import something, because like a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, it's like they range anywhere from 11 to 16 euros for a single box of Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch is expensive too, but for a single box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and that is like that. Euros are more expensive than dollars. That's a lot of fucking money for a box of not that great cereal. But every now and then I get the urge to kind of try, do a little comparison of stuff I like now to things I used to like. And I usually find that I don't like the American version as much as the German version. That's usually what I find. Or in the case of Captain Crunch, I can't eat that anymore. Like, Captain Crunch used to be my favorite cereal, but like, I can't eat it anymore. It tastes horrible. It tastes like you're eating candy. Oh no, party! Hold up, no money. No thanks. I'm just here to do a little grind before starting my rank 5 mission. Alright. So the stream will get a little more focused when I move on to the rank 5 mission. But for right now, I want to hit level 60 and get that, 10% safety EXP. That's my goal for right now. Then once we do that, it's rank 5 time. I don't know if I'll complete it. Like, I looked at a mission walkthrough for the rank 5 mission, and it's long. It's like really, really long. So I may not do that all today, because I do want to save some time for City of Heroes at the end. Like, I want to do at least an hour of City of Heroes before this stream concludes. So we'll see how far we can get. Sandy Oreo #1. I like Bestock though. I really like the industrial kind of feel of Bestock, but I am enjoying Sandoria. It's a nice change of pace, I should say. Alright, so my pet's just doing its thing. I want to remember to activate my, hold up. Activate Empress Band. That way, we can get our grind out of the way a little quicker. God, I have 2 Mog Wardrobes now, but I put fishing stuff in the second one, which I know that's probably a bad use of the slots. But most of my stuff is in Wardrobe 1. Oh boy, look, we're fighting everything now. Oh goody. I believe in my rabbit. He can do it. He can get the job done. Ooh, okay, you can steal sleep shrooms from these things, which I'm not sure how much sleep shrooms sell for. But the woozy shrooms are like 200 gil to an NPC, the dance shrooms are 600 gil to an NPC, and the king truffles that drop very rarely, those are worth 8,000 gil each to players on the auction house. Like, goddamn, mushrooms are pretty good. I was gonna do my grind elsewhere. I like to mix it up and kind of, you know, grind in different locations just to keep it interesting. But when I saw how much the mushrooms and crystals and all that, when I saw how much all that sold for, I was like, no, I'm doing my grind here. This is my grind spot. But I am finding that as I level up more, like, just, there's more enemies that I can fight that I'm killing them anyway for EXP, right? Like, I'm not really going out of my way for money, but I'm EXPing on these things. And, I'm finding that most of the level 40 plus enemies, they drop items that either sell for a ton of money to just vendors, or they have a lot of value to other players. Like, lots of value. And I'm finding that it's becoming easier and easier to make money in the game. Like, I used to do most of my gil making by fishing, and I do still like fishing. Fishing is fun, it's a nice chill activity. But I find that fishing is no longer what I do for gil. It's what I do for relaxation with gil as a bonus. I'm finding that the enemies I need to grind for EXP are, like, they're good money. They're really good money. Oh. Well, he's a little too dead for me to do a sneak attack on him. Yeah, I like fishing in this game. Like, for me, the gil go up money making of fishing it's a nice added bonus, but I honestly just find fishing to be a really fun, relaxing activity, right? Like, I can fish while I do other things. It's nice and low stakes, right? I mean, grinding weak enemies is also pretty low stakes, but I find even more so. It's a chill activity. And I actually do kind of like the minigame. The minigame is actually kind of fun, alright? I like mashing them arrows back and forth. Pet's getting a little low health there, but I want to push my pet just a little further, alright? I'll start here. I'll start tanking this thing. So I'll take some of the hits. Level up my evasion and parrying and everything. Look at that. The moment I send my pet in, he just yoinks the aggro right off me. I could try Dust Cloud. Like, that does a blind on the enemy, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Dust Cloud blinds. Am I gonna lose my pet? I can resummon it already, and also I can just charm things if I'm really in a pinch. But I wanna save money. Let's not use another jug. See, keeping my pet alive, it's not about, yeah, I don't care about the pet's life. It's like, no, look, every time that thing dies, it costs me money, so keeping it alive is a money saver. That's why we keep it alive. Alright. So, okay, letting the pet rest for a bit. I'm gonna let the pet rest. Like, it used its whole health bar, but I'm gonna let it rest, and when it's done, probably the enemies will start respawning. So, that'll work out. How much EXP did I get? I am less than 300 away from leveling, but once I actually level up, then I want to get, I'll probably need about 2,000 EXP. So I'll want to get that so that I don't de-level when I die. Also, that reminds me, isn't there like a piece of furniture that you can get that has like a Mog enhancement to reduce the EXP loss on death. Like, I'm not sure what all things you can do to kind of reduce the death penalty in the game. I know that there's like some piece of furniture. I think it's some kind of bed, but it'll reduce the penalty. You know, that's something I've been thinking about what I can do with my gil, and yeah, I could just get gear, but then again, I'm high enough level that it was suggested to me that I should do my artifact quests, right? So that would kind of fill out my equipment. So the other thing I was thinking is I have no furniture in my Mog house. Like, I have literally no furniture. So maybe I could get some of those really expensive shelves and stuff, like, you know, things to boost my storage or whatever. I haven't even, like, yeah, I have no furniture, so like I haven't done any of the bed quests. I don't I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to a lot of the quests in the game. But oh, so let's see. Okay, so the noble's bed, it's 5% less loss on death. Now, I guess 5% less, does that mean like does that mean look, I'm bad at math, but is that 5% in the sense of like when you die you lose 10% EXP? Does that mean you only lose 5%? That'd be a 50% cut. Or if it's just 5%, like 5% total, that would be a very small amount. Like I guess that would be worth it, but because every little bit helps, but it wouldn't be not that huge, I guess. Oh, okay, so I'll have to look into the bed quests and how to get those, because yeah, I am always worried about storage space. I'm not I'm nowhere near filling up my storage yet, but considering I do want to branch out and play other classes and stuff, like probably I should get more storage. Oh yeah, also something else I could put my my money into. I only have 35 inventory slots. I really should expand my my inventory. There's a lot of things that I've been neglecting with my character, and it's because I haven't needed to increase them. But it's all things that would really help me out and be handy to increase. So that's what I could start spending some of that gil down. You know, spend a little gil on it. I do have, yeah, I have Thief. It's weird, but I feel almost like I'm getting less loot now than when I was killing things here earlier. Like earlier I had White Mage as my sub job, and I feel like I got more loot then. Like I'm not seeing my treasure hunter really doing much for me here. It's weird. And yeah, the Gobby Bag quest, they do get expensive. That's what puts me off. It's like, I know it would be nice to have more inventory. I would appreciate having more inventory. But, yeah, like, it gets expensive to get all those items. And I guess the reason why I put it off is because I don't technically need the extra inventory. Not yet, anyway. Like, yeah, it would be handy, but I tend to play the game in a way that I am always super mindful of my inventory. So I try to keep it tight as much as I can. I guess some of the items, what I found with like the first tier of the bag quest is most of the items were fairly cheap. Oh yay! Hold up. Got a victory dance. But, okay, now how much do I need? 18,800. Alright. So I need about, let's make it a nice even 1,900. I need about 1,900 EXP so that I don't de-level when I die. No, I still haven't done the Limit Break quest, but I believe the Limit Break quest goes to a lot of the same places as the rank 5 mission. But I know that I believe it's for the Limit Break. There's certain prerequisites, right? Like there's some quests you need to have done already, I think. And I think some of those are the rank 5 stuff, so I was gonna do my rank 5 and then do the Limit Break. But I kind of skimmed over a guide of both quests, and ooh, King Truffle, that's 8K right there. That is 8,000 gil in my pocket. But yeah, I think it'll be easier to do the rank 5 first and then the Limit Break. But I'm also gonna I'm gonna put the Limit Break off for a little while. So like what I did when I hit level 50 is when I hit 50, I stayed 50 for a long time. I purposefully didn't do my Limit Break then because I wanted to like level up some sub jobs. You know, catch up on my nation ranks. I kind of use that time to play catch up on just character quality of life stuff, right? I'm gonna do the same thing when I hit, well, now that I'm 60, right? So now that I'm 60, I'm gonna take the time to rank up, to do some other things, like rank up, get some furniture for my Mog house, unlock some more advanced jobs, level up the sub-jobs I want, like, I would really like to level Thief up to 37, because I am finding that Thief is my sub-job of choice. I like making gil, so I really should have that leveled up higher than 20. And I'm thinking I might want to level Warrior up, too, because I'm kind of interested in playing as, I don't know, either Dark Knight or Paladin, and I feel like for either one, it would be a good idea to have Warrior leveled up as a potential sub-job. I mean, hell, I can think of Warrior being a good sub-job for a lot of classes, like, just to have the option to kind of go backup tank mode. I see a lot of value in that. So yeah, when I hit, I keep saying when I hit it, but I'm already there. So now that I'm 60, I'm gonna cool it on the leveling for a bit and just work on some of those other aspects of my character. And I know it might sound a little, I don't know, like why not just do your Limit Break, get it out of the way, and then do all the other stuff? And here's what always happens, alright? What always happens is, if I do the Limit Break, and if I can level up, I'll just go back to grinding. Like, one way or the other, maybe I'll get invited to a party or whatever, but I'll get back into the grind, and then I just keep leveling up, and I don't do any of these missions, I don't do any quests, like, I'll just be level 65 with no inventory space, and my, still rank 4, and no more jobs unlocked. And it'll just keep happening. If I can level up, I will just keep leveling up and not work on the other parts of my character. So I think for me, since clearly I lack self-control when it comes to level grinding, I need to not have the option. I need to have the option of leveling up taken away from me. I'm not responsible enough for that. I don't know, maybe this is just me, like, this is that neurodivergence kicking in, maybe, but, that's just kind of how I work, Like, if I can level grind, I'll do it. Even if like my character has terrible gear, no quests, you know, like just rank 4. I'll be like, if you let me, I'll be the level 75 still wearing trash noob gear who's still only rank 4 and doesn't have their sub jobs leveled up properly. Like, if you let me level up, that's what'll happen. And hey there, Jubei. Hey there. Good afternoon. Ugh, just getting a little grind in here. I'm getting my safety EXP, and then I'm gonna do my rank 5 mission, or at least get a little deeper into it. Which, oh yeah, I needed to check something. Key items, temporary items. So we have a letter to Aldo. Okay, now I know where I am on the mission. So I started the mission already, but I didn't really do much with it. So I think I have to take the letter to the Tenshodo, and then they'll give me a bell, and then there's a whole nonsense that we have to go through. But I know what step of the mission I'm on now. That's good. And yeah. I wouldn't say I'm gonna park my my Beastmaster here, but I definitely I want to just work on my character, you know? I want to maybe level my fishing up more. Trade skills! I would love to level my cooking up. So yeah, I want to do that. I want to level Thief up to 37. I also want to level Warrior up to 37. Because I feel like every now and then, just having Warrior as an option, like, I think that's a good idea. And I kind of want to level a tank class at some point, so... Which I know, technically that would be Ninja, but I don't really like Ninja, and it's already 37. So I'm done with that. But maybe Paladin, right? So yeah, I'm just gonna do all that, and when I'm done with that, then I will do my limit break, and I'll keep climbing higher. Oh yeah, I would also like to do more of the Promathia content. Right now, there's like I just made it to the archipelago, and I think I have like a mission to go into the sewers and kill a minotaur. I'm pretty sure I need a group for that. I'm pretty sure. So I would like to continue my Promathia stuff. And I don't think I really need to level up more to do that. I don't think. At least not for right now. Also, afternoon. Well, yeah, it is afternoon here. It's 12:40 here. My afternoon stream is afternoon for me. But yeah, I think for sub-jobs, yeah, I want Thief, I want Warrior, and I think when I get those up to 37, like, I'll have most of the basic jobs leveled up as much as I want them. Like, I have Red Mage at 30, because that was kind of one of my first ones. But Red Mage doesn't really make a great sub-job most of the time. And then I have Black Mage at 17, just so I can warp. Monk. Oh, there is Monk. I actually don't really know much about Monk in this game. Like, is there any reason I'd want to have Monk leveled up as a sub-job? And, yeah, Jubei, Germany. It's always kind of weird. It's always weird to me, because, like, I guess I keep a pretty good sleep schedule. I go to sleep generally before midnight, and I get up, like, 6 in the morning, a little bit before. So we keep a tight schedule. But, it's always kind of strange to me that, like, to see especially Americans come around here, but even just people a time zone back, and they're here really early, like really early for them, and it's like, man, I guess people have weird sleep schedules, but then again, I used to kind of be like that. I used to be the type that would stay up real late, and like I'd just kind of sleep whenever I could. But as I become the old man, I am finding that if I don't go to sleep before midnight, I just feel like a zombie the next day. Like even if I sleep longer, right? Like on the weekends we do tend to sleep a little longer, and I can stay up a little later, but yeah, like I just find I'm a zombie. I can't handle it like I used to. It's so weird, the very, like, the subtle effects of getting older, right? You don't notice it at first. It's just one day when normally you would go to bed after, you know, you go to bed like 3 in the morning and get up at like 8 or 9 o'clock. Just one day, all of a sudden you do that, and it's like, oh god, my head, I feel like I want to die. And that's when you know you're old. That's when it happens. And it's kind of like it's kind of like I don't know, sugar and caffeine. I used to live on this stuff, but now I have like maybe 1 energy drink a week, and I have it with a lot of like heavy food for dinner. And it's, oh, that's not bad, but it's like, if I just drink energy drinks on an empty stomach like I used to, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Man, getting old sucks. I'm just the old man sitting here playing Final Fantasy XI. This is, I think this is what being an old man is these days. I know, old man at the tender age of 35, but still. I think this is what being old is gonna look like going forward. Just, you know, kind of sticking to the games you know and like. Playing your ancient MMOs to yourself and talking about the kids these days. That's what getting old is now. It's no longer like sitting in a recliner with a newspaper in front of you, or whatever, right? Or playing with a model train. God, that used to be such a stereotypical dad activity, right? But now the stereotypical dad activity is not to have like a model train set in the basement. Now it's you play with digital trains on Steam, and you pay like $50,000 for virtual choo-choo trains in Train Simulator. That's the modern dad. My, how times change. Oh my god, I missed a 2000 TP Vorpal site. That's kind of the worst feeling in this game, when you save your TP up for a nice big hit and then you completely whiff it. That's kind of the worst feeling. Also, there should be more shrooms here, right? I think I'm killing them a little out of order right now. I'll have to wait for them to respawn. But I think killing these killer mushrooms is kind of my best bet for EXP and also money. Like, let's see, what's my loot look like so far? I've got 7 dark crystals. Get a stack, that's like 4,000 gil. Woozy shrooms sell for 200, a little over 200 each. The dance shrooms are like over 600 each. The king truffle is 8k, 8,000 for each one. Like, I've already made over, like, yeah, I've made over 10,000 gil already. And I've only been here for like a few minutes. And oh, I'm level 60. Like I'm right there. I'm right on needing to do my limit break, but I'm not doing it for a while. I'm just trying to get a little. I'm getting a little bonus EXP so that I don't de-level, because I have died. I have died doing dumb things before, so I like to get that safety XP. Man, I guess when it comes to leveling, I've been a little more focused, because I used to have that problem. It's kind of what kept me from ever getting this high level before on any of these private servers. Like, I would tend to really try to play every job, right? Like, every job I would unlock, I would feel compelled to play it, and then I'd spend a lot of time doing that and not actually leveling up a main job. But this time around, I'm trying to be more focused in how I grind, so that I don't burn myself out. Because I think that was a big issue, is burnout. Like, if you're constantly leveling new jobs from 1 to 30, so you're doing the Dunes run over and over and over again, it's really easy to just burn out like that. Because, you know, you're never seeing any new content, and you're just grinding kind of the same thing over and over. So this time around, yeah, I'm focusing on Beastmaster, getting that leveled up, and then I'm leveling up sub-jobs kind of, like, I'm going one at a time, leveling them up to 37. But I'm spreading it out, so like, I'm not just grinding one after the other. And it's really just to avoid burning out, because that's what kind of ends my Final Fantasy XI fun times, usually. I just get burned out, and then I stop playing for a while, and then my attention goes to a different game, and then I never come back, right? That's kind of historically how this goes with me. So I am trying to play in a way that I don't experience burnout, and so far it's working out for me. I'm keeping on task while also having fun. But let's see if I can pop open my job levels here. Oh god, I hate how this kind of, I don't know if there's a way to hide it, but like, it's right in the way here. But it's over Beastmaster and Ninja, but they're 60 and 37. Then White Mage is 37. Black Mage, that's just for Warp. But yeah, I haven't leveled up, like, I haven't even touched Warrior or Monk. I unlocked Samurai and Dragoon, and I just sort of play-tested them a little bit. Like, I went out into the, you know, into the newbie area, and I just test drove them a little bit, but no commitment, no real commitment. Wait, you can click and drag it out of, you can? How? Hold up, like, how do you... clicking and dragging doesn't do anything for me. Like, how, do you have to, like, enter some kind of different mode to do that? Because for... let's see, like, Control doesn't do it, Alt doesn't do it. Yeah, that's just my macro bars. Huh. Wait, Shift key. Oh my god, that changes everything. All right. Well, I'm not sure where would I want to put it. Maybe on the right side of the screen. Well, I guess no matter where I put it, it's going to get in the way of something eventually, right? like no matter where I put that, at some point it's gonna be in the way of some UI element. I guess that's the issue. But at least now I know I can move it out of the way. So like if I want to pop open a menu and look at something, okay. I can move it out of the way now when I need to. That's good. Ooh, Ooh, another King Truffle. That is another 8,000. So I'm sitting on 16,000 gil worth of truffles right now. That's delicious. But no, that really helps me out now. Like, cause, like, okay, see, when I go into my status, it's like, oh, I can't see. But now, if I need to, yeah, I can move it out of the way now if I need to look at a certain UI element. That's good. That's good. Most of the time, it's fine. Like, most of the time, having it up in the top left corner it's actually ideal. Like, that's where I want it. It's out of the way, so I'm not staring at it all the time. But, okay, good to know. And, hey there, Jekyll. I mean, I'm on a private server, but this private server has a pretty active population. I don't know what it looks like on retail anymore. I haven't played retail since, like, 2005. I think someone who's played retail and this could probably tell you, but what I've heard from a lot of people, like a lot of people who do play retail still, what I've heard is that at times the Horizon private server actually has more people playing on it than any one of the live servers. That's what I've heard from people who play both. Which, that's kind of incredible to me. That's pretty good, actually. And, like, right now, when I logged in, there were, like, a little less than 900 people on. But it's EU afternoon hours right now. When it's closer to North American hours, like, for me, that's pretty late in the evening. There's usually, like, somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people logged into the server. Which is very, like, for this game, that's pretty much exactly where you want the population to be. Any more than that, and, like, things get crowded. Because this game doesn't have much in the way of instancing. There are instanced boss battles and stuff, but, like, none of the dungeons are instanced or anything. So if there's too many people logged in, then everybody's just fighting with each other over spawn points. So you don't want too many people playing the game. Yeah, but like over 2,000 is great. I've seen a lot more though logged in. It just sort of depends, I guess. I mean, I'm really into the game. I consider myself to be pretty casual. I would consider myself to be a very casual Final Fantasy XI player. Like, I don't really concern myself with the meta or anything like that. I just play the game and have fun. And it's because I have really fond memories of it as a kid. But also it's just a really good game too. I've played Final Fantasy XIV, and well, I'm not playing Final Fantasy XIV right now, am I? That says how much I like this. Oh, unsuccessful steal. Let's see. Hold up. It's Whirl Claws. Oh, I was hoping I got another King Truffle. Yeah, I really wanted to like 14. I really did. And don't get me wrong, there are some elements to the game that I do like. But it doesn't have the magic. The magic is not there. I did like Final Fantasy XIV more when it was closer to 2.0. Like, I actually thought 1.0 was pretty fun if they just fixed the technical issues. And if I remember right, in 1.0 there were only I think we were all playing on the Japanese servers back then, if I remember correctly, because the latency was horrible. So if they just fixed all that, I think that I think 1.0 could have worked. But even when they relaunched as 2.0, I thought the game was still, like, it was still good. It's just, you know, it got worse over time. It got too simple over time. And then a weird crowd started moving in. I know, it is very easy to feel like, you know, the old boomer when you describe your love of Final Fantasy XI. It's very easy to feel that way. That said, like, I'm not against convenience features, and Horizon that I'm playing on here, which I guess, I don't know how familiar you are with all the private servers, but on Horizon, like, they are changing the game a little bit from Classic. They're going with Classic as the vibe, but they've made some changes to make it a little more convenient, a little more friendly to people trying to get into the game. And the changes generally are for the better without ruining the Classic feel. Like, it's much more fulfilling to just solo now, which, you know, that's something the game was always lacking. But you still need to put together a full party to do anything difficult. So it's right where it should be. Like, yeah, I love the classic FF11 experience, and I've played on other private servers that they more closely emulate the Chains of Promathia / Treasures of Ot-Urgen era. They more closely replicate that, and I find them very difficult to play on because, yeah, the game is so inconvenient and hard, and like it's not, at a certain point it gets not fun. I think Horizon treads a line, and for the most part, I've had the most enjoyable play experience so far on this server. Like, I've had more fun playing on this server than I did back in, like, 2005. Yeah, no truss that's a mandatory. Like, if there's truss, I'm not really interested. I don't want an NPC party to do content with, but I want to be able to run around the open world and solo. I want to be able to do quests and missions and stuff that don't need a full party, right? But when I'm doing like the Primivians or the BCNMs and stuff, like, yeah, you gotta put together a party, and that's where I want my difficulty at. I like to go out and do things in the game. Like, I don't want to have to wait to form a full party just to, you know, go to the bathroom and wipe my ass. Like, it's nice to be self-sufficient. But if I want to fight real hard stuff, I need help with that. I don't know the end game because I have never seen end game in Final Fantasy XI. As much as I love the game, again, I consider myself a casual player. Back in like 05 or whatever, I never got over level 55. That's as high as I ever went. I'm 60 right now on this server. That is as high as I've ever been. So I don't really concern myself with endgame, but I would assume lots of people are doing it. And I've seen the patch notes and the patch notes for upcoming patches on this server, and a lot of it deals with endgame, so I assume it's pretty active. Oh god, Matt's cap. I'm not looking forward to the Matt fight. I've heard such horror stories about it. Also, Burn, I do see you. I do see you, Burn. Oh, I just noticed my dedication wore off. But I'm not gonna pop another EXP ring. I'm not gonna do that. But I wanted to get a nice even 2000 EXP. And once I do that, I'm gonna warp cudgel back to town, and let's do that rank 5 mission. But first, yeah, get that safety XP. So yeah, my understanding is that the mat fight can either be brutally difficult and like some people just get stuck on it, but it depends on the class you're going in with, right? And I heard that like for the thief mat fight, you just like isn't it just some weird gimmick where you just have to steal successfully from Matt? Like, isn't that the gimmick? Which that is ridiculous to me. But I've heard that like the Bard fight, for instance, I've heard that one's pretty tough. I guess it just depends what you're going in with. Huh. Oh god, absolute. I've heard the horror stories of Absolute Virtue, which I believe Horizon, they either have or are going to change Absolute Virtue. I believe they're doing changes to that to make it a little less bullshit. I just saw, I know I saw something about it in their in their dev logs, which I still love that I care more about the HorizonXI dev logs, you know, their little podcasts. I care more about that than like the Final Fantasy 14 ones. I'm also really I am really interested and excited to see the changes. One of the upcoming things for 1.2 here is apparently the Horizon devs are trying to introduce some kind of system for giving players rewards for helping other players do content for the first time. So like I don't know, the Prometheans, right? So veteran players could help new players do the Prometheans for the first time, and they'd get some kind of bonus rewards for that. I am really looking forward to that. Like I want to see how that plays out and what the rewards are, because that, honestly, I would love to help players out. Like I would love to help out new players to do hard content. It's just the thing is, there's not really a lot of incentive in normal Final Fantasy XI. It's not like FF14 where you get like in FF14 they have like a new player bonus. That, and they have a matchmaking system, but like the new player bonus really is an incentive. So I'm actually really excited to see how that plays out, and if it'll get more people doing some of the more exotic, difficult content more regularly. I'm really excited for that. Yeah, Level Sync, that's the podcast name. I wasn't paying attention to it before 1.2, but when I saw the link to the 1.2 discussion, I was interested because it sounded interesting, and yeah, it's a lot of very interesting features in the pipeline, which I just know. I just know that someone somewhere on the internet is going to go on some sort of raging troll crusade against Horizon because they're changing it. But I don't know, like, so far I like the changes. They make sense for the most part. Oh yeah, Burn. I think that goes to show the difference of mentality, right? Like Square Enix patches out all the ways to make your life easier, but when you put the game in the community's hands, they're like, no, this is bullshit. Like, no human should have to do this. Let's change it. But I think I know why Square Enix wanted to keep Absolute Virtue and stuff like that. Why they wanted to keep it so difficult. Because that's how you keep people playing, right? Like if someone is really deep in the game and they want to do this hard stuff, and like if it takes them years to do it, well, they're gonna be subscribed that whole time. So makes sense. Yeah, again, I can't say that I agree with Final Fantasy XIV's development direction, but the truth of the matter is if all they did was recreate Final Fantasy XI but with better graphics, I mean, all that really would have done is it would have divided. I mean, actually, you can kind of see how that went with EverQuest, right? Like, initially, EverQuest 2 was much closer to the original EverQuest in vision, and all that did was split the community, right? So with FF14, if they kept it the way it was, it just would have split the fan base, and it wouldn't really have attracted any new players in, because they'd just be like, well, I didn't like Final Fantasy XI, so why would I play this one? So changing it was kind of... It was necessary to set it apart, even if I don't like the direction. I don't want to say WoW is trash. God, my little tiny screen, it's so hard to read such a bright name. Cantuti? Oh god, again, tiny screen. But like, I don't want to say WoW is trash, because I've actually had a lot of fun playing on a private server for vanilla World of Warcraft that also kind of does its own thing with it. So it's not exactly the original experience, but I guess it's close in idea, right? And I've had a lot of fun with that. So there's definitely good ideas even in games that I don't overall like. But I do kind of like, at least I guess, the original vision of World of Warcraft. I do kind of like that. And yeah, I actually do have everything set up for Project 1999 on my PC, and I do hop in there every now and then. But I guess here's the thing: every now and then I do find myself in the mood for like that hardcore EverQuest experience. And every now and then I want that, but I find that it's very difficult to just get into if you just want to play a game, you know? It's really hard to get into it. Okay, I hit my goal. I won't de-level anymore. I don't know, I guess I never had much issue with that, like, again, playing on Turtle WoW, which I think they mostly keep it vanilla, and I never had any of those issues. I mean, I will admit I'm not a huge fan of the graphics of World of Warcraft. That's sort of that was the hardest thing for me to get over. And it's weird, because I've played the original EverQuest, and I mean, you can't say those graphics look good, right? That's early 3D models. You can't say that looks good. But I like the original EverQuest look and feel. But WoW, I don't like the overly cartoony look of everything. That said, once I got on and I really just started playing for a while, I found that I enjoyed it. Like, I enjoy World of Warcraft, at least a particular form of the game on a private server. I enjoy that, to put a big asterisk on it. I wouldn't even say that Final Fantasy XI has a more realistic look. I'd say, when I look at this game and I look at like the character models and stuff, what it reminds me of is, well, it reminds me of PlayStation 2 era JRPGs, like, I don't know, like Star Ocean or something, right? A little less anime than Star Ocean, but, yeah, like, it's very PS2 JRPG, a bit of an anime look. And I like it, it's appealing to me, but it's not appealing to everyone, in the same way that, like, WoW's cartoon graphics aren't appealing to everyone, but I would say I definitely prefer the look of this game to World of Warcraft. That said, I think they're both fun for different reasons. And I mean, when it comes to one of my favorite MMOs, that'd be City of Heroes, and I don't know, like, City of Heroes, it definitely has a stylized look too, but it also treads that weird line between realism and stylized kind of comic book-esque look, but I don't know. I try to look on the gameplay more than anything, and good gameplay all around. All right, now let me use my warp cudgel. I spent 18K on this thing. I think there were a lot of issues with 1.0's original look. The funny thing is that FF14 in 1.0, it actually had better graphics than it does now. But the issue is that it was like running on a different engine, right? And it was it just wasn't, it was not optimized very good, I think, was the issue. So the game had a lot of technical issues. They had to do something there. That said, I like the gameplay of 1.0. I really do wish that had gone somewhere, but I guess it wasn't meant to be, you know? Wasn't meant to be. Yeah, it was an engine made for a single-player game, so something that doesn't really translate the best to an MMO, because there's more going on with an MMO. Yeah, I would actually love to play a 1.0 private server if that ever came around. I would definitely be on top of that, but I gotta be honest, I don't think there's a lot of community interest for that. Like, the thing is, these private servers, they come around because of the community's love and passion for the game. You know, people who have the skills and abilities to make it happen, and the passion for it, they come together to manifest these things, right? The problem is, and this is why there are a lot of MMOs out there that never get the private server treatment. It's if the community never had the passion for it, or just not enough, it'll just never happen, right? And from everything I can see, I think the general consensus amongst Final Fantasy XIV fans, they tend to hate 1.0. Like, they think 1.0 was a mistake, so they don't have much interest in recreating that. And the few people that did like 1.0, they often liked it because it was more like FF11, and, well, they probably just went back to Final Fantasy XI. So the problem is there's not really enough people with interest in it, unfortunately. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of horror stories that keep people away from trying to do anything with 1.0, but I think the greater issue is 1.0 has kind of become the black sheep of Final Fantasy XIV, for better or worse, and I think the community interest just isn't really there. Like, there's really great MMOs that I used to like, and they'll never get a private server, or not for a very long time, and it's because the community interest just wasn't there. Like, EverQuest Online Adventures for the PlayStation 2. I loved that MMO. That was great. But, because it was only on the PS2, and it never had that large of a fan base, there's not really much progress on making that happen again. Oh no, these are down to 3,900. That's okay, that's still pretty good. I'll take it. I kind of forget how the party system worked in 1.0. I didn't, like, I played it, but I didn't get very far into 1.0. Ironically, I didn't get to play 1.0 very much because yeah, the technical issues got in the way. Also, I just noticed, wait, I can sell my warp cudgel, but, like, no, here we go. Okay, you can't sell partially depleted items. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's like the same as 11. I remember what I liked about 1.0 was the crafting and gathering system. I think I liked it more back then. Not necessarily the mechanics of it. Oh no, these have devalued a little bit. They're still worth, like, a very good amount. But 6,000 is a little low. I'm gonna try and push it up at least a little bit. I want these king truffles to sell a little bit more than that. But if the price only keeps going down, then I guess that won't really happen. So I'll just go with that price and a little higher. So hey, maybe I can push it back up. Maybe. If not, then I'll have to relist it. But that's still like 18k, right? That's still 18k for relatively little effort. So I'll take it. I'll take it. And then I'm gonna sell the other shrooms just to an NPC. And yeah, I think I've come to realize, no matter what the complexity or the difficulty, what I really liked about older MMOs in general, why I keep playing them so much, no matter what they are, It's the social element. It's kind of funny because a lot of people look to games like Final Fantasy XIV for their online socialization. But the thing is, I find that games like FF14 and many modern MMOs, they tend to kind of segregate gameplay from socialization. This is one of those things that's a little bit hard for me to explain properly, but it feels like modern games tend to have, like, there's the gameplay portion of the game, and that's like separate on its own, and it's mostly kind of just automated systems. The gameplay is the gameplay. You can just do it, right? And there's not really any socialization involved. You don't really talk to anyone when you're doing content in FF14. And then there's the social side, which is, you know, the housing system and the nightclubs and, you know, all the player-run kind of stuff like that. But that's like completely divorced from the gameplay. It's like you have a game and then you have a chat room, but they're separate, right? And that's kind of the formula most MMOs go with these days. They don't really force players to socialize, to do gameplay content. But you look at stuff like Final Fantasy XI and most older MMOs, and no matter what you're doing, on some level you have to either directly communicate and socialize, or you're at the very least kind of forced to interact with the greater player the player market, the player community as a whole. On some level, you have to interact with it just to do gameplay, right? And I think that's the main difference, I guess, for me, between a game like this and 14. Again, it's hard for me to words it good, but for me, I like it when social play and gameplay are kind of mixed together and they work in sync, instead of having like your gameplay and then you can go to the player run nightclub and ERP, right? Like that's not what I want. And I don't know, like I mean, you know, play whatever you want. The Horizon is it is set up so that it's a little easier to get EXP efficiently solo, no matter what class you're playing. So I don't know, play what you want. Although I would say play something that's probably less expensive. Like a white mage would be less expensive than a red mage. Because red mage needs, you know, they need black spells, white spells, and they need equipment, and, you know, that's going to get really, really expensive. If you're a warrior or a thief, like, oh, well, you're gonna need to buy a lot of gear to kind of keep up with your level, so that'll get expensive. But I find any of the pure mages, white or black, you really only have to concern yourself with your spells, at least early on. So they tend to be a little bit cheaper, a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna do my rank 5 thing now. Oh yeah, there are some balance changes too. Like I always found mages to be a bit of a hassle to play in classic FF11. But this server's made a few little changes that kind of make playing any type of mage a little bit better. Like, the rest speed is a little bit faster here. Like, instead of you rest and then every 10 seconds you rest for that amount plus 1, that's the normal formula. Here you rest for that amount plus 4, and that plus 4 keeps compounding, and so you tend to rest up to full much faster than you would in retail back in the day. Like, it's still slow. You know, you'll still be sitting on your ass for a minute, but it makes playing a mage a lot more reasonable. Like, as a black mage, you can really unload with your spells a lot more because you don't have to worry about, like, being out of commission for, like, 5 minutes, right? It's much nicer. Hmm. And yeah, I know White Mage can get expensive, but I guess like if you're just looking at the early levels, right? If you're looking at the early levels like pre-30, um, I didn't like I actually started as a White Mage on this server. I started as a White Mage and I found the experience to be really enjoyable and not too expensive. So I think in the early levels, White Mage is fine. The spells don't cost that much. As they level up, yeah, it gets real expensive, but early on, it's a good start. Like maybe start as a White Mage and then maybe use that as a sub job for something else. But like that's what I did. I started as White Mage and then I went Red Mage, and I used White as the sub to that. And I already had half my spells, right? So it worked out. Hmm. Ah, I didn't know they, I did not know that they reduced the cost of Black Mage spells. That does kind of make sense, because if you, like, if you're just starting off and you're starting Black Mage, I mean, you need your spells. Like, you need those spells. Alright, so, okay, I have a letter to Aldo, so I guess I'm looking for Aldo. Is he back here somewhere? Oh, thanks. I'm getting I feel like I'm a little... It's exciting, but I'm a little worried. I'm getting a very large Final Fantasy XI crowd on my channel now, and that's awesome, because I like playing this game. But I do play other games, you know? Like, this isn't just a Final Fantasy XI channel, and I am a little worried that I'm gonna get a lot of people coming for FF11, but, you know, when I play other things, it's like, oh, like, what's this? But I don't know, I see that I see myself playing this game for quite a while. Like, I'm gonna be off and on playing this game for the conceivable future, because I like FF11 a lot. Alright, so here's Aldo. Ooh, is this a map of the world? I can kind of see it. Which, I've always wondered, like, the world of FF11... I know there's, like, the main continent... Yeah, like, there's the main two continents, there's Elshimo and Kuzats? Well, at least the region. But I know that there's like, more, right? Like, there's stuff that isn't implemented yet, like, I think is it Besieged? So this is the Ot-Urgen map, right? Like, this is Ot-Urgen, which isn't in the game yet. It's not activated yet. But, like, this is a whole other area that's not on the main world map. I think there's Colonization, which, what the fuck is that? Like, what's all this, right? Like, I would really like to see the overall world map of Final Fantasy XI, because I have no idea what the planet looks like in Final Fantasy XI. It's so hard to tell. I'm not a huge shooting game fan. I'll say that right now. I'm trying to get my banter out before I have to voice some lines here. But the closest I really get to shooters is like first-person RPGs, like the older Elder Scrolls games, like, you know, like Daggerfall. Or I don't know. I like the Mass Effect games, but those are like third-person shooter RPGs. I'm a big RPG guy. I like RPGs. I like strategy games. I like simulation games. Shooters, I have to really, really be into it to enjoy it. Oh god, hold on. The cat is meowing rather loudly upstairs. I think she's either brought something in or she wants food, and either way I have to see what she's doing up there. So, oh god. Yeah, this is the stream where life interrupts, so, give me a second, alright? Give me a brief second. I need to make sure there's not a dead mouse upstairs. So one sec, I'm gonna be right back. Don't panic. Alright, I'm back. No dead rodents. Thank God. The cats, like, man, they... we have two very loud vocal cats. So when they're hungry, they won't stop. So the other cat was just meowing upstairs non-stop, and I can't let her just do that forever. But we're good now. We good. So anyway, I guess before I start here, when it comes to other games, I'd say, like, the main thing with my channel here is I tend towards older games. And that's just my preference, because I tend to find the gameplay more interesting. I'm not against playing a more modern game, but yeah, I like the old school. That's what you can expect here, no matter what I'm doing. Alright, I have a letter for Aldo. So, you're the new diplomatic attaché. What? You've got a secret message from the Archduke? Well, let me see it. Okay, cutscene time. It's time for plot developments. Also, I really want this guy's, like, half cape. Why can't we players have cool-ass costumes like this? Come on. Alright, I see. Thanks for getting this to me. It says I'm supposed to tell you about magicite. Oh, that's a very common Final Fantasy term. What is magicite? What does that mean here? Alright, magicite is found deep inside Castle Ostroia. Davoy and Biadukes? I'm gonna assume that's, like, maybe we're going with the French X on the end, so Biadu. Alright, but those places are thick with beastmen, and those beastmen are quite cunning. God, I want that cape. You'll need this to get inside Bidu. Aldo! Oh, who's this now? Oh, cat meow. He's just stretching. No. And he's full of food. Alright, let's see. What is it, Verena? Can't you see I have a guest? I know, that's what it's about. Also, again, like, the NPCs in this game have really nice costumes. I get that, like, it's kind of part of their character model, but I wish players got more interesting things like this, too. Alright, I heard that the Archduke has made a statement. He's ordered all beastmen out of Juneau. He must not think it's safe to have them around anymore. Wait, were there... Oh, the goblins! The goblins, right. I was just thinking, what beastmen in Juneau? Right, goblins. What? I think those creeps in the palace are a lot worse than any beastmen we have here. I mean, have you seen what the beastmen do? Like, have you been outside? It's like they're wearing masks. You can't tell what they're thinking, and their eyes are like cold stones. You're not gonna follow that order, are you? Oh, that's for her. But yeah, like, has she not been outside? Like, the beastmen are fucking crazy. Like, what are you on? Okay, well, I know how you feel, but with beastmen on the rampage out there, you can't blame people for feeling jittery about the ones in here. You've heard about all that, haven't you? Yeah, good point, my man, Aldo. Good point. Back me up on this. Yeah, I've heard, but the beastmen in town haven't ever hurt anybody. Have you seen all the adventurers the goblins have murdered in Valkurm Dunes? It's like a corpse pile over there. The dunes run red with the blood of low-level adventurers. I know that, Verena, but I don't think the average Junoan would agree. No. Maybe it's the wise thing to do. You know, taking action before things get out of hand. Well, I'll see if I can think up a better alternative. Don't worry, I'd be the last guy to chase them out of town. Like, no, I'm all on, like, no, get the Beastmen the fuck out. Okay, you promised, remember. Varina, oh boy, thick Blix, oh my god. Sorry, that's just fuck Blix. like that's, his name is fuck Blix. Okay, sorry, Germaning. Ficky, oh my, I can't handle this, like, his name is just fucking German. It's like, oh, Fucky, there you are, oh my good buddy Fucky. Are you alright? Sorry, I can't handle myself here. Oh, that's a weird thing to ask. I'm always alright. How about you? You look pale. I don't know what goblins are supposed to sound like. They just have those breathers on. I guess they'd sound like the Volus in Mass Effect, but... Oh, no, I'm fine. Oh, alright, well, let's get going. Okay. His name is Fuck! I'm just dying over here. Like, it's hot here, and I'm just sweating and laughing, and I'm just dying on myself in my chair here. Why would you... Why would you name the goblin that? Why would you do that? It's an international game. Why would you name the goblin? Alright, so I got the silver bell. Alright, now, okay, I didn't really get a lot of guidance from that quest, so let me consult the wiki. It's one thing I hate about the game. I don't hate it, and I guess if you kind of stumbled around in confusion, just talking to everyone, I guess eventually you would get it, or you know, you'd ask your fellow adventurers who did find it. You know, you'd figure out how to do the quest, right? But the game doesn't really give a lot of solid in-game instruction on what you're supposed to do next. Alright, so I talked to Aldo, I received the silver bell, okay? So I did that. Next part of the quest. So now I need to obtain, oh boy, I have to obtain a bunch of key items. They can be obtained in any order, alright? If you have the key items, skip to the section labeled oh my god, this is just prerequisites. So there's prerequisites to actually doing the real quests. Oh, okay. So let's see, what do we got here? The Yagudo Torch. So I have to speak to Paya Sabia at I-8 in Upper Juno. Okay. If I talk to this guy again, does he give me any sort of clue? Any clue? He's just saying that magicite is found deep in these areas. Okay. So I guess the actual flow of the mission is that you're... I guess that if you have all these prerequisite items, I guess you could just go to the... Like, I guess you could just go to the magicite? Like, I guess? But if you don't have those prerequisites met, then... Yeah, like, Oh, we're getting a phone call. Sorry, one second. Phone call. Alright, so I need to, okay, I need to do something real quick. The wife called me. So, oh boy. again, this is the stream where life interrupts, so I just need to write down a quick grocery list so that she can get certain things for... We don't have anything for dinner. We have nothing to eat for dinner. So I have to write down a list and just send it over Discord to her. So give me a minute here. I need to do that real quick, and then we'll get back to it. So sorry. Oh god, I need like hold up. I need something to show people that we're on a bit of a thing. I want to get some text up on here, like add text. I'm totally unprepared. I'm gonna put an AFK text on. Hold up. AFK. 1 sec. BRB. Don't panic. Don't pantic. Don't pantsic. There we go. Hold up. Let me resize that. I just want something on the screen so that if people pop in and it's like, what? Why isn't anything happening? What's going on? Now you know. Now you know. So, all right. Give me like 1 or 2 minutes. I will be right back. Sorry. Alright, that's done. That's done. Sorry. That's how my streams tend to go. Life happens, and I'm not one of those streamers that like, oh no, things are happening, but the stream. No, I go deal with the things, and the stream has to go on hold for a sec. Alright. So, we're back in. Okay, so I have the walkthrough, and I guess I might also need some items. I think some coral meat, maybe? Which you know what? I was killing corals front, left, right, and center just like a level or two ago. I should have held on to one of those meats. I should have held on to them. And yeah, I've seen some ridiculous things burn. Like, some people, you know, like their partner can be having like a mental breakdown, but they're like, no, look, the stream, look, the viewers, the donos. But it's like, no, look, between life and stream, life takes the priority, and the stream has to take a back seat. But I try to minimize that and to, you know, like, just be very transparent about it. Like, when we have to AFK a minute, we gotta AFK a minute. That's how it goes. Though if I have to go like for a real long time, like if I have kind of decided if I need to like AFK for more than like 15 minutes, Yeah, then we'll kill the stream for then and pick it up later. That's how I do it. Okay, so let me just check the okay, so I am gonna need coral meat. I'd assume that is in food, maybe. Ingredients. I'd assume that's a food ingredient, right? Like, because, well, it is a food ingredient, right? that would be kind of hilarious to see. I'm not gonna lie. Like, getting robbed, but it's like, no, I gotta keep the stream going. Do you see those donations coming in? They want the burglar to do a backflip. Okay, so I guess this is maybe where the meat will be. Here we go. Meats. Precious meats. I see hare meat. Mole meat. Did I miss it? It's coral. Coral meat. Where's that? Dalmal meat. Coral meat. Here we go. So just let me check on something. So I was killing corals for a while. Yeah, they sell for like 4,200 a stack. Individually though, the price has gone down. I wonder if I could. I just had a thought. I wonder. I just bought it for 220. It looks like coral meat is selling individually for like 300 or less. So, okay, wait, math, hold up. The numbers appear in front of my head. So, if the coral meat is less than 300 each, even if it's let's say it's 300 each, so you buy 12 of them, that's 3,600. And then if you resell it for like even just 4,000, that's a 400 gil profit, right? It's a 400 to 600 gil profit if you just buy and resell. Now, for me, that's kind of a waste of time. Like, the time it would take me to buy 12 pieces of meat and relist them, in that amount of time, I could make more money just fishing or whatever. But I guess if you were, you know, like, if you were low level, hurting for cash, but you had a little bit to invest, I guess you could flip it like that, right? Like, you could kind of play the market. There's a few items in the game that you can do that with. Like, you can just buy the item and flip it. So let's see. I need the Yagudo torch. I need the Crest of Davoy, and I need the black matinee necklace and Coruscant rosary. Huh. So I'm just gonna go in the order that the walkthrough has things kind of listed. So, okay, I-8 in Upper Juno, Paya Sabia. Let's start there. True. Yeah, I guess you could also like I kind of, okay, look, I'm a fan of like. I'm a fan of making challenges for yourself and kind of making your own gameplay, right? I had a little bit of a thought. Would it be... I feel like it might be fun as a self-challenge to make an alt and say, okay, I am not leveling up. I am not... like, this character is only going... Like, the only thing the character can do is craft, right? Like, let's say all they can do is craft. And they can craft, and they can buy and sell items on the market. Give them, like let's say give them, like, I don't know, 1,000 gil as sort of a investment capital, right? And then see if you can turn that 1,000 gil into an actual functioning character. Like by buying and, you know, buying low and selling high, see if you can, like, basically playing the game as a merchant. I kind of think that might be a weird, fun challenge run, if you will. Like a strange alternate gameplay mode. Yeah, I don't know. At some point I might want to try that just to see if it's possible, like if you can make that work. So, okay, I need to go to I-8. I was kind of going on autopilot for a second there. I-8. Okay, so they're past the shield shop. Are they out in this alleyway? Is that where they are? Paya Sabia, where are they at? Oh, there they are. Oh hey, it's a harp envoy. What is the harp? What is that? It's a Horizon thing. Yeah, the HorizonXI Adventure Rewards Program. I assume that's maybe something to do with hardcore players, right? Like, because I know they get rewards for playing in hardcore, so I'd assume it's something to do with that. Oh yeah, I need to do BCNMs, but I guess the challenge that I am proposing, it's not necessarily for like maximum profit. It's more like, I just think that would be an interesting, I don't know, almost a mini game, if you will. Just making a character who is only a merchant buying and selling. I think, like, that just might be a weird, fun challenge way to play the game every now and then. To see if it would work, really. Okay, so apparently this guy will give me one of the items I need. Huh. I'm helping Verena and Ficky. I can't say that name. I can't say it. Alright, helping them to grow flowers. We water them every day. I sure hope they bloom soon. Hi, Ficky. Hi, Verena. I'm sorry, but this goblin breaks me. His name. So, still no sprout, huh? I know, it's such a bummer-wummer. I water them every day, though. Also, why are Tarutarus like this? Why are they like this? They'll never grow. Water them all you want. No way Ficky's seeds will ever sprout here in Juneau, ever. I don't want to know what kind of seeds he's growing. I don't want to know. Look, why don't you just hush? You never know till you try. Oh, you're always on Ficky's side, aren't you? I think they'll sprout. Oh, we got the somber music. This music is really reminding me of every like sad 16-bit JRPG moment. That's what it's reminding me of. Everyone talks to me now that I've planted them. That makes me so happy. So, even if the flowers never bloom, it was still good. Vicky. Even if it's just a pile of dirt, it's my pile of dirt. The real plants are the friends we've made along the way. Whatever. I have to get back to Mux. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, Fick Blix. I'm going home too. I hope they sprouty wout tomorrow. Wait, actually, shouldn't that be sprouty wouty? Actually? I think your accent is fake. Oh, thanks for everything. And thanks for bringing the fertilizer, Giba. Whatever, I'm not doing it for you. Oh, he's giving me some Shadow the Hedgehog energy with that. Whatever. Sorry, I like the game, I like the story and all that, but like the cutscenes, almost every cutscene in this game has something you can kind of there's things you can say about it. So okay, I talked to these two. Now I need to talk to Mukvix in Lower Juneau. But I think there's more characters I have to talk to in Upper Juneau. Yeah, let's see. So, the Crest of Davoy, I need to talk to Bauden in the northwest corner of G8 in Upper Juneau. So I'll talk to him since I'm here. Okay, so he's at G8, which should be the same layer, but further west. Yeah, we're in G8. And he's in the upper corner of it, which, I guess that's a little further north. Can I go in these buildings? I can. There's houses I can go into, but there he is. There he is. Say, are you heading to Davoy? Then you'll need this crest of Davoy. You can't break the inner seal without it. I want to trade this for a slice of coral meat. What do you say? Why? I'll do it for the crest. Alright, thanks. You can find corals. Yeah, I know where they are. I know where to find them. I've killed many of them, but I bought this one off the auction house. I'm not really sure why he wants to trade meat for a seal, but sure. Yes, this is what I need. Thanks. Alright, here's the crest of Davoy, just like I promised. What? You want to know what I'm gonna use the slice of coral meat for? Do I? Do I want to know? Am I really that interested? Oh, to tell you the truth, my sister's not well. Oh, she's just dying over here. Hey, Audia. It's me, remember? I want meat! Bring me a slice of coral meat drenched in bright red blood! Quickly, make haste, or I'll devour you! Huh. Must be a cold. Okay, I brought you some. Don't give me that evil look anymore. Ah, such delicious-looking meat. The fat, so perfectly marbled. Oh, we're off-screen om-nom-nomming. Okay. Oomph! The fresh meat. My sister was so nice before she got sick. She was so looking forward to marrying Albrecht. But one day, after she came back from a picnic with Alista, she got a headache and stayed in bed. Then she got like that. Everybody says she's under some kind of curse. Albrecht's been praying at the temple every day, hoping for relief. I heard the crest would lift the curse, but it didn't work either. But I don't think she's cursed at all. She's never done anything bad to get cursed like that. Oh, Audia. You know what I'm hearing, kid? I'm hearing a lot of things that aren't my problem. I don't like to show her like this, but I don't know what to do anymore. That fiancé of hers, Albrecht, is always at the temple. Man, that's some tough breaks, kid, but I'm just here for the crest, so see you later. Good luck with that. Yeah, that's the end of it. That is the end of it in the walkthrough, so whatever the hell is going on there, that falls under not my problem anymore. I kind of love, I sort of love this about how quests and all that work in Final Fantasy XI. There's so many moments where in another game, it's like, oh, this is what ropes me into some long-ass quest chain where I have to solve the problems of this random NPC, but no, I'm just an adventurer. I want the thing I need, and once I get it, I'm done with you. Like, yeah, that's cool, kid. Good luck with your sister and all that. You know, if she starts craving brains, maybe lock her in a closet or something, but I got my crest. I don't... This isn't really my jurisdiction anymore. I do kind of wish the game gave EXP for quests, I will say. Because I don't think it does, yeah. I think that's something they eventually changed, though, right? Like, didn't they eventually add, like, EXP to quests? I'm not a huge fan of, like, leveling up by questing. I'd rather grind, but, considering the lengths they make you go through for some of these quests, it would be sort of nice if you got some XP out of it. Alright, so now I need to go to Mukvix at H9 to get the torch. I'm guessing he's in the goblin shop. I'm guessing he's just in the goblin shop, because that would make sense, right? I will say, though, they kind of piqued my interest with that quest. Like, yeah, like, what is going on with that kid's sister? What, is there a zombie outbreak gonna happen in Juneau? What's going on? But, yeah, it's not, that is out of my purview. It is not an issue for my adventure, right? Yeah, and, yeah, I think I'd seen that in retail, like, quests give XP and all that, and I will admit that is a change I can agree with, right? I can agree with that as a change. I don't think quests giving EXP would really, I don't think that would break the classic experience, and it would give a little incentive to, like, a little more incentive to actually do some of the more esoteric quests, right? With the incentive being, oh yeah, you get extra, you know, you get a little bonus XP. That's nice. Here we go. Here we go. Mukvix. Oh no, she just fell in love with Arby's. That's all. Oh, Castle Astroya. What are you gonna go there for? Well, you can go get killed for all I care. Ain't nothing to do with me. But hey, you gotta have a Yagudo torch to get in there. And not just any old torch. You need a special one from a tree on the Saramog campaign. Champagne. And what do you know? We're all out of the stuff. Maybe Ficky's got some extra. He stops by Astroya, or Astroya. I'm still not sure how the J's in a lot of the names are supposed to be pronounced. Alright, he's out in the streets again, ain't he? I can never figure out why he's gotta be so buddy-buddy with all them people. Muck, I'm home! Oh, hey. Well, speak of the devil. Hey, you got a Yagudo torch on ya? Yeah, I got one. Well, cough it up for the sweetheart right there. No problem, I was just going to head out to Castle Astroya right now. I had a bit of a revelation just now, but I'll save it for after the after the cutscene. Hey, what are you trying to say? I never asked you to head out there. I was just playing with Verena, and she's feeling down. And I know why. The beasties outside town are getting restless. That makes Verena worried. So I'm going to Astroya and ask them to settle down. I think the beasties outside can get along with people, like I could with Verena. I really believe so. Yeah, maybe you got a point there. Well, I'm off. I'd like to imagine that he's just one of the random goblins we murder while we're out, you know, dungeon crawling. Hey, Ficky. Yeah, Muck? You be careful out there. Watch out for high-level adventurers. I'll be okay. They'll listen to me. Right. Yeah, my generation can't forget the war, so it's real hard to relate. What, I don't know what your generation is. How old are goblins? You kids don't remember none of that, so I think you can bridge the gap. For all of us. Ficky. Is Ficky here? Oh boy, there's so many people coming and going in these cutscenes. Hey, you just missed him. Said something about going to Castle Astroya. You didn't see him on your way in here? Like, yeah, shouldn't you cross paths? Guess not. No, it's just some adventurer said they were going out to hunt beastmen, so I got so worried. I mean, listen, lady, I've probably killed like tens of thousands of goblins by now. I'm a literal goblin slayer, alright? Like, you see this scythe on my back? Like, yeah, I just fucking cut their head off, right? And then sell their loot. So, you know, if I see your friend out there, tell him to say something, or else I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna take him, I'm gonna kill him and take his silver beast coins, alright? Alright, so let's see. Oh, she told him to stay in town. Told him if people found him in a dungeon somewhere, they might mistake him for a bad beast man, and then they'd, yeah, exactly. Ain't nothing you can do. That kid's a beastie, and even the people in this town give us the cold shoulder. Well, he don't belong out there none neither, but I still think he's safer out there than in here. I'm so worried about him. They do bring up a good point, though, which is like, yeah, I mean, the player adventurers are just killing goblins all the time. Like, what's to separate him from the other random goblins? Alright, that girl understands things that only us beasties do. Maybe Ficky and her can break down the walls that keep us apart. I just hope they watch out for those guys craving that mysterious power. Oh, hey, forget about that. Mysterious power, you say? I have to kill 10,000 goblins to get it? Is that... am I understanding correctly? Yeah, the thing, this is where it gets a little weird, right? So, okay, yeah, there's goblins in town. Okay. But, yeah, goblins are beastmen, and I kill beastmen on the regular. I farm them all the time for their precious loot. Most adventurers do, right? So, it's a bit of a weird thing, right? I don't know. Well, yeah, that mysterious power called EXP. Goblins are just full of them. Like, goblins are full of experience points. They're like piñatas. Well, alright. So I got the torch. I have the torch, and I have the crest. The other parts are a little trickier. So, okay, now I need the Black Matinee necklace and the Coruscant rosary. So for that, I have to travel to Biadu. I may or may not need sneak and invisible for all this, so I'm gonna go back to the I'm gonna go back to the Mog House, and I'm gonna change my sub job out to White Mage. Yeah, I got 5 pet jugs. I should be fine for today. I don't know that anything will aggro me at level 60, I'm not sure. But, you know, just in case, right? Just in case. So what's kind of interesting about this this whole mission is, there's a lot of prerequisite that you have to do. Like, I need these key items to advance in these different locations. But, that's really not part of, like, the actual quest. The actual quest is separate from all that, and this is just sort of preparation work, really, I guess. Like, this isn't the actual mission yet. But if I understand correctly, I think that doing these prerequisite quests, I believe that will kind of help me for doing the Limit Break 3. I think you have to get into some of the same places for that. So I guess it'll be good to get it out of the way. Get it done. Just checking to see if anything's sold. Why yes, my dark crystal sold. Very nice. Alright, so change jobs. This is where that White Mage comes in. White Mage is just sort of, it's my go-to sub-job for when I need to do a little sneaking potentially, into dangerous places, it saves me a lot of money on items. And also, I guess being able to heal myself and all that, it is nice if I actually get in a fight and it's a little harder than I'm expecting. It's good for that. Okay. Is there anything I want to pick up out of my log house? I don't think so. And my warp cudgel it's only 3 minutes away from being recharged for another use. So okay, we're good on that. Now, so I guess we have to go to not Castle Astrosia. We need to go to Biadu, which that is in Pashao Marsh, if I remember correctly. Again, I'm not super familiar with with a lot of the higher level areas in the game. Or when I say higher level, I mean like over level 30, I guess. I'm not familiar with a lot of them. But I think if we outpost to Durfland, that'll put us... I believe Biadu it's in like the southeast corner of Pashao Marsh, I think. I only know that one. I did go into Davoy for a quest on this server. I went there, so I know where Davoy is. Castle Astrosia, I'm actually not sure I've ever been there. I might need to look that one up. I will probably definitely need to look where that one is. But I know Biadu because yeah, that's one for the Dark Knight quest. And while I haven't done Dark Knight on this server, I've done the Dark Knight quest a few times before, and it requires you to go there. So that one I'm familiar with. Okay, so send me to Durfland. Slowly, I have to thumb through all my destinations. Durfland, here we go. It is not under our control, but it's only 150 gil to teleport out there. Very nice. Which, I will say the teleport goblins in Juno, I think that's a good change. Like, if you want Juno to sort of be the capital of the game, the main hub world for everyone, more so than your starting nation, if that's the idea, then yeah, having outpost teleporters there that's a real good change right there. Oh no, a party is a 67 thief. I don't know too much about partying. I'm a beastmaster. Like, I'm a solo boy, alright? Party? What's this party? You mean the thing I do for, like, Primivians and stuff? I do like partying up in the game, but the thing is just because I tend to play during, well, yeah, I play during EU hours, so when I play, there's a little lighter population in the game. So, out of necessity, I have to solo most of the time. I have done a few Beastmaster burn parties. I've done a few of them, and they were really fun. The ones that I've done are pretty enjoyable. The thing is, I'm not really, like, I'm not sure why people don't invite Beastmasters more to just normal parties. Like, they're good additions to a party. Like, from level 23 onwards. From level 23 on, like, the pet is actually a really good damage dealer. I mean, hell, if the pet is too good of a damage dealer, then it's also going to be a pretty good tank, too. But, I don't really get why people don't invite Beastmasters to just normal parties. They're good for it. Like, they're really good for it. Let's see. It doesn't look like any... Oh, I see it. I see it now. I was like, it doesn't look like anything's over there. I see it now. But I will do more partying up when I play other classes. I have an interest in maybe going Paladin at some point, because, well, hey, I would like to try tanking. I know that tanking is kind of rough in this game, because if anyone's gonna die, it's gonna be the tank, right? I can't count the number of parties I've been in where nobody dies except for the tank, and they die a lot. So it makes me a little nervous, shall we say, right? It gets me a bit of anxiety. But I would like to try Paladin out sometime, and I would definitely, I'd definitely go out of my way to party up for that one. And I kind of want to take Thief a little higher too. I actually kind of want to take Thief up to level 50 at least, so that I can, you know, I can use it for farming. For farming lower level enemies with Treasure Hunter 2, I kind of would like to do that. It kind of goes, I don't know, it goes either way. I've seen a lot of parties where the white mage is the first to drop, but I've seen a lot of parties where the tank is the first to drop too, because they do everything in their power to keep the thing off the healer, but the healer's already struggling, that's why they're getting aggro, and then the tank just dies, but the party manages to kill the thing, you know, before it wipes the healer. That's usually what I see, but yeah, it's one or the other dies first. I mean, I played White Mage to 37, and I did do a lot of that partying, and I actually didn't die very much. I think I only had like 1 or 2 deaths in that whole time, where I was the one that died and not everyone else. Usually it's the tank dies and then I die, right, as the White Mage. But only one where I was the one that died. And that was because I got a little overzealous trying to keep the struggling tank alive. But I learned my lesson about that. I learned my lesson. And also I started equipping more for survivability. Alright, so if I just go straight south and take a left, I'll be in Biadu. I don't know. I don't know how anything is pronounced in this game. I feel like a lot of people probably, if you ask several people, how do you pronounce this thing in Final Fantasy XI? I bet if you ask 10 people, they'd have like 10 different pronunciations. But I don't know. None of it's voiced, so I guess whatever you feel is correct in your heart, that's the right answer. So is it Bastock, Bastoke? I don't know, I say Bastock. Okay, so what do we got here? It doesn't look too complicated. I am sure the map gets more complicated, but for right now, this looks nice and simple. I can work with this. Alright, so, okay, what am I doing here? So, I have traveled to Biadu. It's Bidoof. It's evolving. Wait, does Bidoof evolve? I don't know. So, okay, we're here. So probably nothing will aggro me, but we'll see. So I need to enter to map 2. Okay, there is a map 2. So I need to enter there via exit A at H7. So let's make our way to H7, and I have a map on the wiki too, but H7 is... Okay, H7 looks to be straightforward, take a left, and then just keep going straight. Alright. So what level? Oh, these are only level 27. I thought this would be a much higher level area. I'm sure they get higher level deeper in. I'm sure. So this is the turtle capital then. I only know Quadovs very well because, so, you know, as normally I am a Bastocker, right? only Sandoria here, first time. So one of the first easy ways you can make good money around Bastok is get Thief up to 15 and kill the low-level Quadavs around Bastok. Some of them drop dark steel backplates, and those things sell pretty good on every server I've ever played on. Those sell really good. So that's kind of the, like, I have spent many an hour just massacring these turtle men and ripping their back plates off. Okay, so I'm just making sure I'm kind of on the right, making sure I'm on the right path. So this is, okay, this is exit A. So we need to go down here, and, okay, I need to receive silence by examining the mute at G7. Huh. So I need to get silenced. Huh. There's mechanics here. Oh boy. Okay, they're still pretty low level. Okay, I'm at an intersection, so we need to go to G7. Oh, hey, there's a hole on the map. I assume that's where, like, a burning circle is, I would assume. So G7 is directly next to me, so I go right, and I guess I go right, and there's a room pretty immediately. Man, this is how you play FF11 with walkthrough in hand. Okay, is this the thing? Okay, this is the mute. So, before I do this, let me just see, like, okay, why am I doing this exactly? So I need to receive silence from this thing, so that will allow me to pass by the Afflictor without becoming cursed. Huh, okay, interesting. So, okay, once I get this, I need to enter map 1 via exit B at F8, so hold up. It's a complicated instruction. So, okay, map 1, exit to map 1, so exit B at F8, so B, okay, I see where that is, I see where that is, alright. Easy enough. Let's do it. So, do I just poke it? Okay, I have, oh, it's 13 minutes. I guess 14 minutes, really. So you have to inflict silence on yourself. We're dealing in mechanical dungeons now. This is, I didn't know the game did this. Like, I didn't know that this was a thing the game does. So I'm excited. Oh yeah, there it is, the Afflictor. Ooh. Yeah, look at that. So I guess if yeah, you feel lightheaded but only briefly. So I guess, yeah, if I wasn't silenced, then I would be cursed going through there. And I guess being cursed isn't, it's not the worst thing. I mean, I can still keep going, but wait, actually, I'm a white mage, right? Like, I have white mage as my sub, but I don't think I can curse now. At this level, I don't think I can curse now. If I could just heal it myself. Also, thanks. Thanks. Alright, so this is exit B. I'm being very careful to kind of just follow the guide on this. So for a lot of things in Final Fantasy XI, I like to feel it out. You know, there's lots of things in this game where I like to really go in blind and be surprised and just stumble in the dark and find out myself. There's a lot of things in the game like that. But when it comes to doing like big, important, I need this missions, because of the structure of this game, yeah, I like to plan that out a little bit. Okay, so I've entered map 1. Use the ramp at E10 to climb to the upper layer. Okay, so E10. Just checking to see where that is. E10. All right. Now where am I? Okay, I see. I see. Oh, it's on the map. It's actually on the map proper. Like, okay, okay. So just hug the wall. Hug the wall. Also for for a Beastman capital here, this is kind of. Oh hey, another mute thing. Huh. But yeah, I was gonna say, oh well, okay, there's some civilization right there. It's just I was gonna say that for like the capital of a whole species of beastmen, this sort of just looks like a muddy hole in the ground. Like, I don't, okay, look, I don't like to say these primitive beastmen, oh, look at their shithole country, but, I mean, it's literally a, it's literally a brown, muddy hole in the ground. See, this is why we have to keep them out of Juno, alright? Okay, here's the ramp. So, okay, now I'm up on the upper tier of the map. So, don't fall off, I guess. Oh, hey, fellow adventurer. Okay, these things are 35. So, okay, I made it to the ramp. What next? So, okay, I have to beat something. So, defeat Dev U Headhunter at I-9. Okay, I-9. That's further north, right? Yeah, that is further north at I-9. Oh my god. I-9 is... Okay. I gotta travel some for that. Yeah, I have to travel for that. So, we need to go around this part of the map. Oh no, it's just Mexico. Oh no. I mean, I don't know, like, so I think the Beastmen in this game, I want to say it's like Final Fantasy XIV, where, look, we call them Beastmen, but they're not really beasts. Like, no, they have a thriving, diverse culture. They have their own civilization, but I'm just not really, I'm not really seeing it with the Beastmen in this game. I think they tried to put some doubt in me back in Juno, right? With the goblins. And maybe you could argue that for the goblins, but like, I look at the Quadav or the orcs, or maybe the Yagudo, maybe, but like the Quadav and the orcs, I mean, they are just slavering, ferocious beastmen. Like, they don't really do much other than kill people. Like, I don't think they have some great culture here. Like, if you're out in the wilderness and you see a beast man, yeah, just kill it. It'll probably try to kill you first. Am I beastmanist? I don't know, but my experience with beastmen in this game is they're very murder first and ask questions never. So I don't feel bad about it. Okay, so should be a boss somewhere around here. I should be seeing a boss somewhere in this area. There he is! His strength is impossible to gauge, but I should be able to solo him just fine. So... get in there! Oh, he's a white mage. He's got a decent amount of HP on him, but, yeah, I'd assume I'm, like, maybe 20 levels higher than him. Probably not 20. Maybe, like, 15 levels higher than him, I don't know. But just pump him full of whirl claws. I won't waste another one, he's going down. Oh no, Cure 3. Yeah, hold up. No, we'll have none of that. I've been in this loop before. There we go. Oh god, a bunch of shit dropped. I found a Quidov charm, and then I didn't meet the requirements for all the other ones I found. He did give me EXP though, so yeah, he was at least level 42 then, I think. Ooh, so this is a bit of a, I think this is a bit of a level divider right here. Yeah. So if you cross this zone, then yeah, now you're in the land of higher level Quidovs. Okay. So I got the Quidov charm. So now I need to defeat Gobu Gascon at F6, which that's back the way I came, right? Oh, hold up, the wife is back. The wife is back. One sec. Let me just save, and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back, but, okay, so I have a call to make here. I said that I don't like to, I like to kind of end it if we need more than 15 minutes, and I'm right in the middle of such a thing here, but, also not a safe area either, but, I need to make the wife some noodles, that usually doesn't take 15 minutes, but from not having any water ready or anything, that'll still probably take a while. We're gonna, for right now, call a bit of an intermission. If it takes too long, we'll end it, but for now, try to hang in with me. I just need to make sure that I am left in a place where I'm not gonna come back to a corpse. I think this corner will be okay. Oh, the cat's meowing. So I think this corner will be all right. I think, hopefully.
It was all right while you were.
Things happen. All right. Very sorry, but we're gonna have to call an intermission for a few minutes. I guess I could, to be extra safe. I don't like to relog. I might lose my pet like that, but yeah, to be extra safe, let's log out just to be safe. And I'll put some intermission music on too. All right, I'll put the intermission music on. So, all right. Let's switch back to our title screen. Not starting soon. Intermission. There we go. So yeah, I'm very, very sorry. But yeah, again, life happens and interrupts the stream. Give me a few minutes though, and I should be good to go for the rest of the afternoon here. Should be good to go till it's dinner time. So let's see. Hold up. Let me find the good background music. Few hours. Just answering the wife. Let's see. Well, actually, you know what? You know what would be good? The Horizon launcher. Let's just use that. It's very soothing. So. And I'll be logging back in when I return, so it'll just already be up. Okay, so I will leave you with that soothing sound. Very sorry again, but it is noodle time. It's noodle time. So be right back. Give it like 5 to 10. And, well, I guess I can also come back while I'm waiting for the water to boil and all that, but we'll see. So, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Little quicker than I had predicted. But I'm just letting the noodles, like, everything is ready. The noodles can they could just cook, and she can get it. So, alright. Usually the wife just has just kind of a more ready-to-go lunch. But, not this time. So, alright. I can log back in now. Oftentimes I'd rather just kind of AFK somewhere, but considering I lose a lot of EXP when I die, yeah, I want to be safe about that. You know, I want to be safe about about not coming back to a corpse and, you know, almost 2,000 EXP lost, right? That wouldn't feel very good. And I'm sure that feeling will only get worse as I get higher level. I can only imagine when, what, like 4,000 EXP is your 10% loss? Like, oh boy, that's gonna feel real good to die for a dumb reason. But yeah, thanks for sticking it out. I try to minimize, like, lengthy AFKs. I try to minimize it, but yeah, life happens. Okay, logging back in. But should be good till, like, till I need to do dinner, which that'll be a few hours still. So hopefully I can maybe do all of this quest in that amount of time. Hopefully. Okay, logging in, and let me switch the screen back. Okay. Make sure it's okay. All right, we're good. Okay, did I lose my pet? No. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm never quite sure because a lot of the times when I log out for a little bit and then log back in, the pet's gone. But I don't think it accelerates their decay or anything, right? Like, it's just, I guess the pet was about to die, right? Also, let me put sneak on. I'm not silenced anymore. Okay, so back to the walkthrough. So I need to defeat Gobu Gascon at F6. F6 is like way back here, right? Yeah, it is way back on the other end of the map. So just kind of follow the wall here and go to the other area. That's or no, don't follow the wall. That doesn't work out. That doesn't work out. Also, hey, it's not all rainy anymore in the area. You know what? It does look a lot better when it's not downpouring rain. And it's all murky, like, oh, you know what, it looks... it still doesn't really look great. I guess, you know, if I'm really looking around, like, it's not great, but you know, it doesn't look quite as bad in a different light. It's still very muddy brown, and it just sort of feels like barely more than a hole in the ground, but I guess it's fine. So alright, if there's any form of bridge, then that'll make this easier, but I don't think there is, right? There's no bridge that goes from north to south here, I don't think. So yeah, in order to get to this guy, I have to go all the way around, which kind of follows the logic of... It sort of follows the logic of, if there's a quick and easy way, if there's a shortcut, there's a short way, and then there's a long and hard, it's always the long and hard. That's just how this game operates, right? Like, if you see the area you need to go to, and it's like, oh hey, on the map, it looks like, if I just take a left turn, right, I'll be there. But then, you know, there's a long-ass, winding maze route that goes right, yeah, you're gonna be going right. Like, no, no contest there. Alright, so, keep an eye out. The named Quidov should be coming up very soon. Is that it? No. No, that is not it. So, okay, F6, we're here. I'm not seeing it. I don't think anybody else would have a reason to kill them, right? There it is. Okay, so this is the one I need here. This lengthy quest continues, and this is only... Oh, the cat's a meowing, but he's been fed.
You have a literal cannonball on this side?
Yeah. It's over. Well, he's looking at me with expectations, though. Alright, oh, this one's, this guy's a lot easier than the last one. Like, a lot easier. Yeah, he's just going down. Oh god, that is a lot of items just flooding my screen. Okay, so the Quidov augury shell. Got it. And a Beastman seal. Hey, wasn't looking for that, but that's nice. And the other items were lost because you can only have one. So I have the Quidov charm and augury shell. So those are the prerequisite items I need here. So what do I do next? I defeated the Headhunter, defeated Gascon. So yeah, both items head back to Juno. Oh yay. Back to Juno. Okay, well, I'm trying to think. Yeah, let's warp cudgel. Let's use the warp cudgel. I think you can only use it like once per hour, right? But I don't think I'll be needing to use it too much more. And I do have a warp scroll too. I think the cat might want... I think he might want to be let out. Or not. Alright, I don't know what my silver cat wants. Alright, so... pop that warp cudgel back to Juno, and what do I need to do in Juno? So, okay, now I need to go to Satal Mansal, J8 in Lower Juno. Okay. I love just, like, gluing my eyes to a walkthrough to complete a quest. That's Final Fantasy XI. Alright, so he's in Lower Juno. I'm just kind of wondering... okay, as I follow walkthroughs like this, I sort of wonder how exactly I, as a player, am supposed to come to these conclusions, right? Like when I'm following the walkthrough, like, okay, yeah, it's, alright, step to step, right? But I guess my question is, like, let's say I wasn't following a walkthrough or a wiki or asking my fellow players in 2005, how exactly, like, I guess what in the game would point me to do the things I'm doing? And I don't really see how anything would tell me to do what I'm doing, right? I guess I just have to, like, kind of random around Beadu, and I guess you'd random around there just killing anything with a name that you see, and you get these items, but then how would you know where to take them? What to do with those items? Like, what... I don't get how these things connect. Alright, so I need to go to J8. Let's see, it's J8. That's a bit off the map. Is that in the Merry Minstrel, or? No, it's back in Neptune's Spire. Okay. It's in the basement there. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just follow the wiki, but it's like, I have to ask these questions, like how, like, I kind of always look at games like this, right? And I look at it like, let's assume that every video game is designed to be played and completed using only what is in the video game itself, right? Like, let's make that as a basic general assumption about any video game. So if we go by that assumption, how the absolute hell are you supposed to know to do the things you're doing here in the order that you're doing them? Because like I talked to the NPCs, so I was following the quest up until we went to Aldo here, right? When we went to Aldo, like, I didn't need a walkthrough for that. But once you get the silver bell from him, there's no instruction. There is no further instruction on what to do after you get the silver bell. Okay, I think I maybe walked past him. I'm kind of on autopilot. There he is. But yeah, without a wiki, like, Okay, so you talk to this guy. Oh, alright. Wait, so all you got from Aldo was a silver bell? They do mention to go to the Beastman strongholds, but I mean, have you seen how large they are? Like, there are a lot of quests that go to the Beastman strongholds. You know, like, how are you supposed to know what is the thing you need? Alright, so I guess you were supposed to talk to this guy? So, okay, all you got from Aldo was a silver bell? Stingy-wingy of him, don't you think? There's a place in Biedo where you need a Coruscant rosary and a black matinee necklace just to get in. If you want, we can try to hook you up. Tell you what, I'll trade you a Coruscant rosary for a Quadav charm, and I'll let you have a black matinee necklace if you find me a Quadav augury shell. So, okay. I guess you were supposed to just know to talk to this guy, even though nothing indicated that you're supposed to talk to anyone other than Aldo. But I guess you were just supposed to randomly talk to everyone in here. So then you would know that you need those items, right? But here's the thing. Okay, you need a Quadav charm and a Quadav augury shell, but okay, how are you supposed to know where to get those? There's a lot of Quadav in the game. Like, there's Quadav out in the Gustaberg, they're in Palboro Mines, they're in Biedu, obviously, there's some in the Highlands, like, there's a lot of Quadav in the game world. That's, like, there's a lot of places you might get that. So, like, even, like, that is a little better, but it's still really too vague, I want to say. And I guess, yeah, there's a lot of games where, in order to advance a quest, it's just like, go to this area, and that's all you get. And I will say I find that to be a little frustrating sometimes, too, but I guess it depends on how large the area is, right? It depends entirely on how big the area is. I'd say the fine line between frustrating / impossible and a fun exploratory challenge, the difference is entirely in the wording of the quest and how much area you actually have to cover. I'd say maybe that's the difference there. It's I can't give you any hard definitive line, but I think you get what I mean, right? It's like, if you have a quest where it's like, I don't know, you're in a forest and it's like, go kill the big white wolf to the west, and, you know, let's say, like, a short distance to the west, there's a big white wolf if you look around a little bit. Like, okay, that's fine, right? But if they say, oh, go kill a wolf to the west, a specific one, like a very specific one, and then west could mean literally the entire planet west of you. You know, like the actual location is somewhere like way to the northwest, right? Like that's when it gets dickish to me. Alright, anyway. Alright, okie dokie, here you go. Again, I'd say there's no hard line, like a hard cliff on that one, but it's kind of it's a threshold sort of thing. Okay, and I give him the other item. Okie dokie, here we go. Alright, black matinee necklace. I am reminded, I know I've played games. Like, I know I have played video games where they have massive open worlds. Like, we're talking like planet trekking. And yeah, like you'll get some really vague instruction, and that could mean anywhere on the planet. I kind of hate that. Kind of hate that. This quest is, I guess you could assume that you need to kill Quadav in Beadu. I guess you could assume that. But you would really have to look around the whole zone to find which ones you need, right? So, I don't know. I don't know on that one. The jury's out on this one. But okay, hey! I just completed the prerequisites to the quest. That was just the busy prep work. That was not the actual quest. So, okay, now we're on the Magicite. So, okay, we can do this in any order we want. I mean, I don't know, we just went to Beadu, right? Like, we just went there, so I don't know that I want to go back there immediately. Let's do the one in Davoy. Because again, I'd rather not, like, immediately go back to the place I was just at. Okay, so we need to go to Davoy, obviously. Now, are there any things I need in there? Like, is anything going to stop me? Okay, it looks like nothing there will stop me, so, yeah, let's go to Davoy. I could just go right back to Beadu, but yeah, we were just there. Let's mix it up a little bit. And we have to hit all 3 locations anyway, so, yeah, doesn't matter. Also, there is a very pleasant noodle, spicy noodle aroma in the air right now, and, I will admit I am a little hungry. I only had a little bowl of cereal for my lunch a while ago, before I started the stream. Oh, it's torturous. That delicious ramen. Alright, so okay, I don't think there's anything else I need here, right? I do have an instant warp scroll if I need to use it. My warp cudgel will not be available again for a while. I am wondering, okay, so here's the thing. I'm pretty sure at level 60, like, I don't think anything will aggro me, and if it does, I can kill it. I'm pretty sure. So, I'm just kind of looking at the walkthrough, and, it looks like the only zone where enemies will aggro me is Castle Astroia. It looks like those are the only places where I'm gonna get aggroed. So, I guess I could swap my sub-job out to Black Mage. I could switch out to Black Mage for the first 2 dungeons. Eat a Rollin' Berry pie to, you know, to get my MP up so that I can cast Warp. It would save me a scroll of instant warp. Like, it would save me a scroll or a charge on my warp cudgel. So yeah, let's do that. Normally, whenever I go into an area that I'm not super familiar with, And I know it might be dangerous. Normally, I prefer to go in with White Mage as my sub job, but I think we can handle this. What I could do is take a few items with me. Yeah, let's take like 3 prism powder, 3 silent oils, and if I need to stealth, I can use those. I guess that works out, right? That'll work out just fine. And I'm tired of changing my look. We'll just stick with our non-luck styled look. So I'm gonna be changing my job back and forth for this, so no need to look super fashionable. My Fisher pants and Fisher gloves. I'll eat the pie when we're a little closer to the place we have to go to. Like when I'm in Davoy, I will consume pie to get my MP up, but not till we get there. And hey there, Bikeinator. I'm just doing my rank 5 mission. So getting the Magicites. I think that's what I'm doing anyway. I just got the prerequisites out of the way, so like the Quadav items. So now I think all I have to do is just get the Magicites, right? Which I don't know if I have to fight something for that. I didn't look that far ahead in the walkthrough. But okay, I need to go to Norvalen. I have my Black Mage sub, so I'm ready to warp back to town. Alright, so Davoy is... So I follow the river, right? Follow the river down to H10 and then go west. Alright. I can do that. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get all the Magicites today, because I had wanted to play a little of another game before I end the stream. But I want to at least get like 1 or 2 of them pounded out. The easier ones. I think Castle Astroya that's going to be like the higher level, harder one. That one I'll have to sneak around in. But I don't think I need to, like, I'm level 60, so I don't think I need to stealth around at all for the first 2. Or at least I hope I don't. I got items. I have items if I need to use them. But I tend to slack on the missions and quests. I tend to ignore things that will help me, but they're not directly like leveling up. I tend to get a little too focused on level grinding, because I find grinding to just be sort of fun and relaxing, so like if left to my own devices, I'll just level up, right? I'll just start killing things, and before I know it, I'm leveling up. But then I don't have any, my rank is still low. I haven't done many quests. I haven't unlocked all the advanced jobs. So I'm trying to get some of that done now that I'm level 60. I'm putting off my Limit Break quest. I'm putting that one off for a little bit so that I can catch up on other things. And also, I've never even been to rank 4 before. Like, this is as high as I've ever been in Final Fantasy XI. So I'm very excited to finally be doing all this content. Very excited. Ooh, chorizo assassino. Wait a sec. That sounds like a Taru Taru name. Sounds like a Taru Taru name. Like it follows the naming convention. But yeah, I mean, if I need help for things, or also I do like to help other players do things too. Always willing to reach out. But right now, I don't. I can solo this. So yeah, I'm just kind of at a nice relaxed pace doing my thing. Also, there is a dog barking rather loudly outside, so hope that doesn't come through. It is a day of distraction and life happening. Alright, we're in Davoy, so... Okay, where do I need to actually go here? Oh, look at that map. Okay, so in Davoy. So, okay, orcs, okay, don't need to worry about getting aggroed. Okay, so I need to disable the Wall of Dark Arts at G7, and then go into the Monastic Cavern. Okay, so at G7, that is G7. Okay, so if I enter the area, take a right, and then a left, and go straight, I guess that's where the Wall of Dark Arts will be. So, okay. What I'm gonna do first, though, gonna eat me some Rollin' Berry Pie, so I have enough MP to cast Warp. Gonna rest my my MP up, because yeah, my plan is to save some money and or conquest points, since my Warp Cudgel is on cooldown, to do the first two dungeons, just using Black Mage as a sub to warp out. That's my plan. I think you need like, what, 100? Warp is only like 100 MP, right? Yeah, only 100. So we're good. We good. So take a right and then a left. Alright, so this is the Orc homeland, right? This is Orc home here. Huh. Oh, apparently you can get up there. There's an NPC there. Again, I'm not too impressed with these Beastman homelands. I'm not really seeing anything that says that they're anything other than ravenous monsters that must be destroyed. Not really seeing anything to point otherwise. Also, I'm pretty sure most of the Beastmen eat people too. Oh, hey, I remember that guy. I think I needed to talk to him for a different quest. There was some quest where I had to talk to this guy for something. Alright, so up ahead there should be some kind of Wall of Dark Arts. So where is it at? Oh hey, fellow Pokemon Master. So is it north or is it south? Oh wait, hold up. Wall of Dark Arts. Oh shit. Oh, okay, we got aggro. I didn't think anything here would aggro me. Well, shit. Yeah, I thought this was just gonna be a bit of a cakewalk where I didn't need to use any stealth, but guess not. Guess not. I did bring stealth items though, but we'll see. Like, we'll see how much aggro we're gonna get, right? If it's only a little aggro, like if I only have to fight enemies that are almost easy, no challenge to me, if that's all I have to fight, I'm okay with I'm okay with fighting my way in here. Okay, let's pull these guys, pull them aside. I think these ones are lower level. Like, these aren't even, they're too weak to be worthwhile. It's just, I guess, you know, aggro, right? Aggro. I don't want to use my spinning scythe here. That might pull a little too much attention. So I'll just use Vorpal Scythe here. Oh, the Orcish Gladiator's level 47. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't really anticipating this. I thought this would be nice and easy. Well, I miscalculated then. But what I do want to do is maybe back off a little bit, and while my pet is doing his thing, right? Like while he's over there tanking it out like a champ, I'm just gonna rest my health up so I'm not in the yellow anymore. The Beastmaster advantage. This really is what I love about any type of pet class in any video game, is being able to just kind of step back and let your minion handle affairs. I kind of love it. Oh, good job, good job. Alright, one more tick of health, and then I'll get in that wall of dark arts. Okay, here we go. So I can just enter, right? The orc barrier seals it shut. But I have something. Yeah, I have a key item. That's what I have. Ooh. Is this like a new zone, or yeah? Oh, it's a new zone. Okay. I like the smudges on the map. Okay, where am I going here? Oh, it just says, okay, all the guide says is, yeah, check the Magicite at the end of the hall. Okay. Oh, apparently also, I guess fun fact, the guide says that if a friend has the Crest of Davoy, apparently you can just get someone else to tractor you through the wall. So I guess, like, you could die in front of the wall and then get pulled through it and then raised, I guess. That would be an interesting way to cheese it out, I guess, but, well, I did the quest, okay? I did my homework on that one. Aren't I just so good? Okay, so there should be some Magicite at the end of the hallway. What is a Magicite? I'm not really sure what it is in the context of this game. Oh, hey, it's the big, I don't even know what to call them, really. It's the things that, kind of connect to Delkfoot's tower. Like, I think they all connect to Delkfoot's tower, I think. But also the White Mage, you know, the crags that they teleport to, where the Prometheans are. So we're not like inside of it then. Okay, we're just on the other side of a spine. Alright, so this is a Magicite. Kind of reminds me of the crystals that you, like in Final Fantasy XIV, the various crystals that you go to fight the, like the early primals and stuff. Kind of reminds me of that. Okay, so Magicite. Is this gonna be a big cutscene, or do we just take a piece and go? gonna be a big cutscene. So is the green stuff the magicite or the glowing purple thing? Ooh. Am I gonna get some deep lore now? What are we doing? Hey, it's Frank Mage. You called for me, Your Majesty. He's Frank the Mage. Frank Mage. I was not expecting you so soon. Monarlay, tell him. Yes, sire. Okay, what's the deep lore here? Frank Mage, I've summoned you here today to talk about one thing, the Northlands investigation. Oh yes, that. Those bestalker Humes are causing no end of trouble, saying they want to investigate here, there, and the other places. It's true, the Humes are fools and know better. Can they truly believe that some ancient power lies hidden in that forsaken wasteland? Do they hope to find the gates to eternal paradise there, in that lair of fiends most uncouth? Preposterous. Also, he's getting a little clipping going on there. It's fine. It's fine. We must take control of the situation immediately. Still, we cannot let them walk about the Northlands freely. Who knows what they're plotting under the guise of this investigation? Frank Mage, listen. Go with the investigation party. Keep a close eye on what our foreign friends do. They are up to something, it's certain. I'm sure nothing will come of this, but in case they do find something in that wasteland, do not let them take it. Understood? As you command, my lord. I would give the very blood that runs in my veins if it were to further the cause of our kingdom. You can rely on me. I love Sandorian elf drama. I love it. Alright, these foreigners are wily and faithless. Never let down your guard. And may the Goddess of Dawn protect you in her mercy. Yeah, see, again, as a human in Sandoria, I get this feeling like maybe I'm not so welcome. When around Humes, never let your guard down. Can't relax when the Humes are back. Alright, the king has taken a beautiful queen, and I think a splendid addition to the royal family is not far off. An heir, perhaps? My people of Sandoria, too, must ever look to the future. The Elvan must never fall behind foreigners in power of faith. I understand, your grace. Very good. Do well, Frank Mage. Yes, sire. My life for the kingdom. Oh, he's dead, ain't he? Also, yeah, so far I'm finding this rank mission to be, like, it's not hard, it's just kind of lengthy, you know? Like, so far it's all pretty easy to just solo breeze through, it's just, there's so much to do, so it's kind of intimidating like that. Alright, let's see, so another flashback. Oh, as I thought, there's nothing here. Only barren wastelands as far as the eye can see. But there is something wrong about this place. I can feel it. I don't think, Wink, we should leave Zarkabard yet. Come on. Come on. I agree. My nose has never failed me, but I don't smell anything. That's not normal. Something really terrible must have happened here a long time ago. Ridiculous. We cannot base our decisions on your feelings alone. You can stay and look for whatever terrible thing is supposed to be here, but It's like, oh god, I found a terrible thing! Help, come quick! Rogrim and Cornelia, they... Ulrich, what happened? Was it the Stormcloaks? We were attacked by fiends, and Rogrim and Cornelia fell down a crevice. Oh no. Oh no. And yeah, I'm guessing the castle's gonna be the hard part. I'm thinking the castle's gonna be the hard part. We'll see. Alright, oh no, where? This way! So much plot happening. And these cutscenes are actually, they're actually surprisingly cinematic, for what they are. Rogrim and Cornelia, where could they have gone? We have to assume the worst. If I can't find them, no one can. They're dead. Hey, there's like glowing green shit over here. Why must Humes and Galka be so irresponsible? It is their fault for wandering off without telling us. There are too few of us left to continue. I say we go back. Besides, we would find nothing even if we stayed. I second that. I've had enough of this creepy place anyway. Yeah, you give up too easy. But there's still places we haven't looked. No, they're dead. They're gone. We've seen enough. There's nothing here but dust and ruins. We accomplished nothing but losing 2 members of our party and wasting an extraordinary amount of time. Yeah, you're right. The whole expedition was a failure. Let's head back tomorrow. Alright, let's do lunch later then. Ulrich, tell me something. Was it really an accident? What do you mean? We're getting drama. Is it not true that there is some, shall we say, tension between Humes and Galka in Bastak these days? Are you accusing me of something, Elvon? Calm down. I do not care if this was an accident or not. I care even less about your little country's problems. Man, this guy... Well, it's like every elf in the game. They're given real, like... nothing personnel. Like, he's given me those vibes. He's too cool. He's too cool. Alright. Just do not cause any more trouble with such trivial matters while I'm around. That's all. ... I like to imagine in the distance you can just hear them like, it's like, we're over here. Like, no, just, like, we're down here. Where are you going? Man, there is a lot of flashback and flashing around going on here. Let's see, Coruscant. It's nothing I could not sleep, so I decided to take a walk. Leave me, I'm fine. Yes, sir. So, we're like 3 flashbacks deep right now. Huh. No, not you. Rogrim, what do you mean? He died in an accident. I know nothing. Sir Frunkmage, are you all right, sir? Stop, do not come any further. No. There's, like, they're introducing so many characters here, and like, things are flashing around so much. Sir Frunkmage. Or is that Frunkmage? I don't know. That was a lot of flashbacks. Or were they flashbacks? Is that supposed... It's unclear if that's supposed to be happening concurrently. Like, is that a meanwhile this is happening? I honestly don't know. Alright, so... Okay, well that's 1 Magicite down. It's 1 down. So, okay, that's the Davoy Magicite. Now let's do the Bidet. Okay, so... Warp me home. Take me home. I do like the... As much as I joke about it, I do like the cutscenes. I like and appreciate the story scenes in this game. I like that they even really bothered to have story cutscenes, because let's be real, they could have just not had a story in this game. You know, like, well, like every MMO that came out before it, right? Like, games like EverQuest or whatever, you know, they have lore out the ass, but they don't have stories. Like, there's no storylines to follow. So, you know, they did go the extra mile on that, and I can appreciate that. It's just the scenes are a little weird, I think. Yeah, it was super unique at the time that this game had the idea of an MMO with a storyline, like a main storyline or something close to it. This game doesn't technically have a main story. It has story arcs is the best way to put it. The idea of that was kind of unheard of in MMOs at the time. So yeah, I appreciate it. I really do. It's just the cutscenes are strange. They're really strange. Also, they're very infrequent because, you know, the missions are so goddamn long. They're so long, they're so hard that you might like start a mission, get a cutscene, and then not get the next part of the cutscene for like a month, right? So it's a little weird and sometimes hard to follow, you know? Oh man, the Galka big and Galkas do look good. I couldn't go Galka myself, but they look neat, I will say. Also, man, can't like EverQuest looks like Atari. That's mean. I like the original EverQuest graphics. I really do. They are super primitive early 3D, but I actually like the way EverQuest looked. I really did like it. To me, it's iconic in its own right, but yeah, different kind of game. Also, oh my god, I just noticed I can actually read that sign in the background. No entry. I mean, do you mean no entry in the ocean? Because, I mean, if you enter there, you're just gonna fall to your death, right? So, I wouldn't think you'd need to tell people that. Yeah, I've only done the first 3 Prometheans, and I've gotten to the part where I need to fight the Minotaur in the archipelago, but I honestly can't really tell you what's happening with the plot of the Prometheia expansion. I don't really know what's going on with that. All right, so I just wanted to buy another Rollin' Berry pie just in case. All right, just in case I need another one. Okay, it's just so that I have enough MP to actually cast warp. Because yeah, as a Beastmaster, I don't have enough MP otherwise. I could level up Black Mage some more, but eh. I mean, for me, the main bottleneck was the Prometheans. Like, Promethean Mia was a nightmare. I had to try that multiple times. I put a lot of money down on that fight. Alright, so, Durfland is where I need to go. Also, thanks. Oh, I heard the little woo. Okay, Durfland. So we're going back to Budu. I don't know what anything is. But yeah, I'd say for me, like, the biggest barrier to entry was, like, the 3 Prometheans. Specifically Mia. Mia was the hard. That was hard. Like that took a while to get a group that could actually do it. But like it's kind of funny because I actually never. I played back in the day. Like I bought the original Chains of Promathia box, right? But I never actually got to do the content back in the day. Doing it on this server was the first time I ever completed any of the Prometheans. And it felt so good when I finally got into Lufay's Meadows. Like, it felt real good. But the funny thing is that unlocking the Tavnasian Archipelago, like, that's literally just the first chapter of Chains of Promathia. There's 10 chapters to the Chains of Promathia. Like this gigantic, seemingly impossible barrier to entry that eluded me for years, that I only finally scraped through and completed, and I felt like a champion at the end of it. It's like, basically, that was the entrance. That was like, hey buddy, you finally started the expansion pack. Good job. Like, it's goddamn Final Fantasy XI. But I still feel like a winner, alright? I like getting into Lufay's Meadows. I just took a few minutes to just look around and soak it in because yeah, I never knew what was there, right? So it felt good. It felt good, even if that was just chapter 1 complete. I think this game, in a lot of ways, in many ways, I feel like this game is really good at kind of luring you into feeling like you just climbed over some impossible goal and like, yeah man, I did it, the hard part's over, and then it's like, oh, and now the real quest starts, right? Like now the real fight starts, or you know, oh hey, you completed the prerequisites to start the mission. I don't know, but I kind of love that. It's really frustrating sometimes, like I will admit, right? Whenever I try to get someone else to play Final Fantasy XI with me, because I would love to play with someone, even if it's just like, hey, let's duo, right? When you kind of explain to people the things you have to do in this game, that's when you kind of lose them, right? Like when you explain that, oh, hey, you want to be like, I don't know, a dragoon or whatever, right? And it's like, oh, well, here's what you need to do. And when you start going into it, it's like, you know, I think I have something I need to do. I think my goldfish is on fire. I gotta go deal with that. So that's kind of my experience every time I try to get someone to play this game with me. But I don't know, I like it. I've always kind of been a perma-noob in this game. I've never really gotten that far, but I've always enjoyed my time playing. Like I've never felt like this game was a waste of my time. I always had fun. And also, yeah, I do want to get the Chains of Promathia stuff done. I would like to advance further, but, well, you know, it's on my list, right? It's on my list of things I would like to do in this game. I'm getting through it slowly but surely, I guess. Yeah, that's, I mean, honestly, that is the way that I look at it. Final Fantasy XI has always been a really fun sandbox to me. Like, I feel like it's a very immersive game that you can just play, right? Just play and do whatever you want to do and have fun and treat it like a sandbox. And completing storylines and, you know, unlocking new content, it's... The thing is, you don't really have to do a lot of things. Like, like most things in the game you don't really have to do, but it's one of those nice to do kind of things. It's like, oh hey, you unlocked more areas to play the game in. Stuff like that. But if you look at this game through a more modern design lens, like if you look at this game like Final Fantasy XIV, right? And you think of it like, oh, I need to do the nation quest, that's the main story, I have to do it, right? And then I have to work through Chains of Promathia, and then the next one. And like, if you kind of treat it like that, I think you're only going to really get upset. I think you're gonna hate your time playing this. Alright, so okay, I'm here in Biadu, and what do I need to do? I need to enter map 2 via the exit at exit A at H7. That's the same way I went last time. Okay, so alright, following my footsteps. I'm going the same way I did last. But yeah, I think especially when it comes to like the advanced jobs, I think a lot of people look at it like Final Fantasy XIV, where, you know, it's like you look at the list of cool jobs and it's like, in 14 it's really just a matter of go to NPC, talk to them, do a quick little, you know, a quick fun little quest, and then boom, you're that job, right? And then you can just get to playing. That's how it works. But in 11, unlocking the advanced jobs is, like, it's really it's a task. It's a thing you have to commit some time to. And, I mean, if you're high enough level, it's not too bad, but if you're not, then it's a real nightmare, and, even if you're higher level, it's kinda like, well, you're gonna be putting some time in on that quest, right? God, there was so much back and forth unlocking Dragoon and Samurai both. There was a lot of back and forth with those quests. Like, it was basically a whole afternoon for each one. Okay, so let's see. Where do I need to go now? I am in map 2, so it says I have to enter the dome at I-7. I assume that's like, I assume follow the fancy torches, right? Yeah. And yeah, no, the base jobs they're mighty good. Like I think the thing about this game is that none of the jobs in the game feel none of them feel like they're just a stepping stone, right? Like they are all jobs that you can take all the way to max level. They all have a function. Okay, let me see. So I'm just checking the walkthrough real quick. So I'm in the dome. Open the door. So I think you just go forward. I guess you just go forward. Go to the end of the hallway is what it says. So I'll do that. But yeah, to me, there is just a certain magic to this game. It's hard to put into proper words, and it's really hard to convey to people who aren't used to this type of game. But as someone who grew up with more classic MMOs, I mean, hey, I liked Ultima, I liked EverQuest, I like a lot of old games, but this one always stood out to me. It always stood out as special. But it's really hard to impress on someone who's not used to older games like that. It's really hard to to get them to see the light, if you will. Because it is very different, especially if someone maybe came fresh off of Final Fantasy XIV. Especially then, it can be tough. And yeah, I loved original EverQuest. I never got over like level 30 in that game. I never got past like level 30, but man, Ixar Necromancer all the way. And hell, I like that game all the way up to Luklin. Like I was even okay with Luklin and the weird new character models. I was even okay with that. But the game kind of lost me after that. And there were just other MMOs that came out, you know? I still pop onto Project 1999 every now and then. It's fun. It's like going to the museum. Though I wouldn't, like, even though I loved EverQuest back in the day, I wouldn't say that's like, it's not one of my favorite MMOs to play. My favorites are this and City of Heroes, which I think City of Heroes came out at about the same time as this, maybe a little earlier. I'm not sure, but those are kind of my two go-to favorites. And oh yeah, I used to love Star Wars Galaxies too, but that's, if people still played it now like they did back in the day, that would also be one of my favorites, but yeah, people just don't really play it the same anymore on private servers. That's kind of the issue. And yeah, I have characters on blue and green, and I have a wizard on red too. Okay, cutscene time. It's story time. Those explosives, pretty amazing, aren't they? Indeed, without them, we would not have been able to dig that mine. Now, hopefully, we can compete with Sandoria for power. Hey, Quadav aren't good enough to live in there. One blast should take care of them. Yeah, man, Quadav genocide. ... What's the matter, Babin? Lord Rogrim, we found the Quadav temple in the mines, as you suspected. I could not stop them. That's unfortunate. As always, they don't even try to understand. Oh, hey, is that Quadav eggs? Oh, it's their... Oh. Man, I guess that's their young, right? Look at all these eggs. It'll be a mighty feast. I see a good scramble right there. Alright, let's see. Huh, nothing. With all the Quadav guarding the place, you'd think we'd find a treasure or two. Come on, let's move. Just finish this job and go. Are we gonna get like a moral implication about the eggs? Ulrich, wait. No one's gonna mention the eggs, huh? As I thought. Okay, here we go. They were trying to protect their eggs. But they don't even try to understand. And that's why we have to kill them all. Is that all you've got, Rogrim? Ulrich, why? Why? Because Skyrim is for the Nords! I mean, wrong game. Wrong Ulrich. Or Ulfric, but you know. There's an F in there. There's an F in there, alright? Look, we're in a snowy area. I had to do it. Alright. Ugh, I never liked you. That's why. You'll never get away with this, Ulrich. Watch me. Okay, so... Oh, wait, where the hell did she come from? How did she get there? Is she a ninja? What? Like, okay, look. I literally don't understand how in such a short time frame, how did she get in frame? I don't understand. Also, hello there. Hello there, cutscene interrupter. Oh, what have I done? But really, why'd you do that? And how? How'd you do that? How did you even do that? LB3, not yet. Oh, why? I couldn't let you die here, Rogrim. There are people who need you. Cornelia! No! Lots of knowing. Alright. That one was shorter than the last cutscene, at least, so I appreciate that. But, okay, so that's 2 Magicite down. I'm looking at the time, and I don't know, like, I think I can get all of them. I think I can pound them all out. So, okay, let's eat our pie and warp back to Juno. I'm fueled by Roland Berry pie. Okay, so that's Biadu. So now... Okay, so this one looks a little more complicated. This one looks a little more complicated. So, okay, in Castle Astrosia, so we travel there, we're gonna need, so let's see. So the Yagudo will aggro if you're under level 68, so they're gonna aggro me. Yagudo detect by sight, and bats detect by sound. So we're gonna have to sneak in invisible to get around. Gotcha. So white mage sub it is then. Alright, so when we're there... Apparently there's traps here too. Wait, what is this? I'm looking at the guide and the first thing is to go through a door, reach map 3. So wait, one lever opens a door, the other triggers a trap door. You will not be able to throw a lever unless you're standing on the trap door. The correct lever changes every Vanadil day. Oh my god. Since there's a significant delay, an easy way to avoid the trap is to throw a lever and immediately run off the trap door. So I might be able to not get trapdoored. Okay. Ooh, I'm kind of digging this. Like in Biadu, there was that weird statue thing that silences you, and then another one that curses you. So there was sort of an environmental puzzle going on. Very basic, right? But I liked that. And now it sounds like we're gonna have to deal with some kind of environmental lever pulling puzzle, and we might fall down trapdoors, and I guess then we'd have to like fight our way out, right? And the whole time, there's gonna be enemies that I can't really fight reliably, so I'll have to sneak and invis around. Ooh. So yeah, we're in for a fun time. Okay. I got it. I'm ready to die. See, this is exactly why when I leveled up to 60, the first thing I did was get some safety EXP, right? Because I figured there's a high risk of death doing what I'm doing. Very, very high risk of death. And yeah, no, there's a lot of people playing. It's great to see. Like, I love seeing so many people playing this game, and, you know, I play during EU hours, so the population is a little lighter when I'm on. But even at, like, off hours, every town has people in it. I see fellow adventurers running around in the field. Like, the world feels alive, and that's good. I like that. Alright, so I just want to fix my look here, since we're gonna be sticking with slash white mage for the rest of this, I guess. All right. Now, as a Beastmaster, I have a pretty good ace up my sleeve. If I get aggroed, I can tell my pet to fight it, and that'll I can let my pet tank it, and then while it's doing that, I can either warp out or I can. Logging out works, but I can shake the aggro if I have to. Again, the Beastmaster advantage. And yeah, generally when you want to get a group, they are available. I've had people, like, even as a Beastmaster, I've had people just message me out of the blue asking me to join a group. So it's really cool. Alright, oh man, am I ready for what is to come? We'll see. But, one of the worst feelings when you're kind of a person like me that likes to kind of, go deep diving into ancient MMOs, one of the worst things, like makes you feel worse than when you started, is when you find, like, a game that you really, really used to like, and you go to maybe it's only available on private servers, like Star Wars Galaxies, right? And it's so depressing to log in and to see, like, just empty servers, to see the world you once loved barren, no players, nothing. It might as well just hear the wind whistling, right? That's a terrible feeling. But fortunately, with Horizon, you don't get that, and there are other populated FF11 private servers too. But yeah, like you never feel like you're just in the void. So okay, Castle Astroia. I'm gonna be a little. I'm gonna just sort of sound like a complete noob. I'm not actually sure where Castle Astroia is. Like, where is that? Let me just check the wiki real quick. So, how do you get there? Marifatad Mountains. So it's F8 on Marifatad Mountains. Ah, I see. It's at the end of the long spine thing. It's right at the end of that. Okay, that's easy enough. I can get there. All right. Which to get to Marifatad Mountain, that's in the Aragonu region, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, Aragonu. Okay. See, this is how much of a noob I am, right? A noob since 2004 or 5, right? I've never gone to Castle Astroia. I've never been in a position where I could or should go there. So, I wonder, would it be... No, it wouldn't be quicker to take a chocobo. Like, teleporting straight into the zone would be the fastest way. I can't imagine otherwise. Okay, so we just go east and then south, and, oh hey, there's a party over there. I see Garuda out. Nice. Okay, so I will frequently check the map because I don't want to get lost. I don't really go to this area very frequently. Not really much reason for me to be here, you know? Okay, so just east until the map opens up to the south, and then we go southeast from there, and I guess just follow the big spine thing. So I guess I shouldn't have to check my map too much. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to my ancient MMOs, yeah, it's always just very heartwarming to just see people playing and enjoying a game. Especially, it's extra heartwarming when I see people who don't have a fun nostalgia for a game. When I see that they're having fun. I've seen that with HorizonXI. I've seen a few people that don't have nostalgia for the game, but they heard about it and they wanted to play, and maybe retail, like, well, maybe they're like me and the Play Online launcher just doesn't run on their PC. But it's so cool to see people that, yeah, you know, they don't have any nostalgia to back them up, but they still like the game. I love it. It feels great. And I think that's how you really know a game is actually a good game. But yeah, a lot of old MMOs, I don't know, for one reason or another, they just don't bring people back like they could. And empty servers, ghost towns, just a void, empty world that feels like time moved on, and that's not a good feeling. Like, you log into a Star Wars Galaxy server, and you're just gonna feel depressed at the end of the day. Like, you're gonna feel like like, that was a major downer, right? But not here, and not with a couple games I've played. Ooh, I didn't think I didn't think it would actually let me jump that far. Nice. But City of Heroes is kind of, you know, it's like Horizon in that, yeah, with City of Heroes, I only feel good when I log in because it's packed with people, and people are loving it, even people that didn't know it existed before. I'd say Project 1999 even for what it is. Like, Project 1999 does have a lot of players. It's a very hardcore experience, but no, it's got its fair share, right? Turtle WoW for an alternative vanilla WoW experience. Yeah, that is actually packed. Like, I think Turtle WoW, like last I checked, they had like something like 7,000 plus players on their one server, and that's honestly too much, maybe. that's maybe a few too many people to be comfortable, but still cool to see, right? Look, we have a bit of a walk on our hands before we get to the tense part, so we're cutting the tension, right? Gotta cut through it like a knife through butter. But anyway, I don't know. I think there's a bit of a resurgence, maybe not a resurgence, that's maybe not the right word, just a general surge in interest in private servers, especially for older games. But really, I'm just seeing there's a lot more interest in private servers in general. And I think some of what it is people getting a little bit burned out and frustrated with, I don't know, the state of modern online gaming. I kind of feel like a lot of people they're getting tired of games being built around monetization, and they're a little tired of constantly being nickel and dimed and seeing their game just get worse so the cash shop can get bigger. And I think even people who don't have a nostalgia for games like this, I think they're kind of trying to escape to a to some kind of alternative, right? I think that might be what I'm seeing a lot lately. I don't know, just a thought as we're getting up to the dungeon here. Also, I guess this is Castle Astroia. Doesn't look like much of a castle to me. It just kind of looks like a pile of mud, but you know, that's Yagudo culture. They're trying their best. It's fine. Okay, so this place is gonna be a little harder than the last two. Like, I'm actually gonna be a little stressed in here, right? So when I'm inside, I'm gonna, I guess, sneak and invis as needed. I am gonna go ahead and pop my pet out, because I might need my pet in here. But I have my sneak and invis ready. I might want to buff myself up with, like, protect and shell and all that. I don't know that I'll be able to fight back against some enemies, but we'll see. We'll see. Ooh. Alright. So let's buff up, get ready. Oh, no shell, hold up, let me, I have shell in here somewhere. I got shell, bruh. Shell. I never got shell too. Okay, so let me rest up my MP and let's take a look. What am I to do? So I need to go through the door at I-8 to reach map 3. So I-8 is directly ahead of me. Like, I go straight, take a left, and that'll be where you need to go. I like the sound in here. I like that. Very well, I guess Castle Astroia. It's getting me in the mood to do some castle diving. All right. So what do we got in here? What level do we have? voter. Okay, so the hard stuff is, we're not at the hard stuff, right? I would assume that this area follows a similar convention to Davoy and Bideau, like in that the easy stuff is kind of towards the front, and then it gets harder as you go deeper in. I'd assume that's how it's gonna be, right? Oh, is this not a... Can I not just go straight forward? Oh, well that complicates things. Silly me. Look, I saw this map is nice and big and open, and silly me, I thought I would be able to just walk straight in the room. What video game do I think I've been playing? This is Final Fantasy XI. Alright, so I'm gonna assume I have to go the real long way around, or... Can I just walk in here? Oh wow. I'm actually really surprised that they let me just walk. I thought I was gonna have to like kind of go the long way up around there. That's what I thought I was gonna have to do. Yeah, I know, I can't break my ankles with that jump, although I totally jumped a lot further outside, right? That was a much longer fall outside the dungeon. But, you know. Okay, so yeah, just straight in this way. Also, you know what? I like having a jump button in a game. I'm a fan of mobility, but it's never really bothered me that this game does not have a jump button. It's never really bothered me. But I know a lot of people, like people I've tried to get into the game, one of their first critiques against the game is there's no jump button. There's no jump button. Wait, is this the levers? Is this the lever? Like, are these? I don't see any trap doors or anything. This isn't the trap, right? Well, hold up. So it says one lever opens the door, the other triggers the trap door. No, I think this is it. So where's the trap door? Can I like physically pan my camera and see it? Like, where is it? Where's the trap door? I'm gonna assume. Can I? How far back can I get? Like, how far back can I stand? I'm gonna play chicken with this lever, okay? So just try to pull it and run immediately. So it says I have to stand wherever the trap door is to open this. So oh god. Okay, so fill mode. I'm not sure what that one is but okay, so I'm guessing the trap door is like right here, right? It's probably between the levers. But apparently if I run fast enough, I can escape the trap. Oh, you thought you had me. Okay, so that's the trap door. God damn, okay. So now this is the right... They can't both be traps, right? Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. They can't both be traps. But you know what? Like, if I hadn't been looking at a walkthrough that informed me of a trap, no, that totally would have had me. That totally would have fucking had me. And I would be bitching and moaning for the next hour, I'm sure. Okay, so we're in. Proceed onwards. I'm not sure when things will get hard, so I'm just gonna keep checking all the enemies that I encounter. But I like it. I like that there's like environmental puzzles and traps and stuff. That is also something that you didn't really see back in the day. Like, you didn't really encounter that back in the day, at all, ever. Things were pretty straightforward back in the day. Okay, so, let me just double check where I am. I am at J8. So where do I have to go? Let's see. So I guess I'm on map 3 right now. I am consulting the wiki pretty often here. So I'm on map 3 right now. So I need to enter map 7 via the exit F at G8. So, okay, let me check this map. Okay, I see where F is. There's some little X's. There's some little X's on the map, on the wiki. I'm assuming that's a bad thing, and I don't want to hit those X's. I'm assuming. Okay. I see where to go. So I need to go like this way, up here, around, and that'll take me where I have to go. So, okay. Oh, hey there, Sito! Oh no, Sito of the corn. Sito, he who walks behind the rows. I always forget, like, there was more than one Children of the Corn movie, right? There were several of them, if I recall, but I only ever saw the first one. I wonder if it would be worth my time to check out the other ones. Probably not. Alright, so far the enemies aren't really too, like, nothing in here is detecting me, but I'm assuming we're not in the depths yet, right? We're not in the deep shit yet. Oh, a bulwark bat. Oh, okay, I really should be careful to check everything as I get close to it, because I don't know when the hard part starts, right? I assume there'll be like some kind of hard cutoff where you really notice it, right? Yeah, Yagudo drummer. Ooh, this is a big open area. I like it. Wait, is that? Oh my god, that's like the first floor, right? Or like is that like the? No, it's not. Can't be. I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know. I think that's where we came in, right? So I wonder if you can fall off. I wonder if you can fall off and fall back to the first floor. I'm gonna assume the answer is yes, and I'm staying as far away from the edges of any cliff as I can. I am not gonna test that out. Alright, so we just keep on going this way. While I'm kind of just walking forward, let me just recheck the wiki. So, okay, now I need to, when I'm down on map 7, map 7, oh my god, there's a lot of maps here. Ooh, what is all this now? Okay, you know what, I think out of all the Beastmen, I think the Yagudo probably have the most impressive little civilization here. Like, I want to say that the Yagudo, they might, like, maybe we can work with the Yagudo. Maybe that'll work out. But I think the Quadav and the orcs, no, just kill all of them. But the Yagudo, they can stay. They're okay. They're good. Alright, so I worked my way to map 7. So now I need to work my way to map 2. Okay, map 2. Let me just double check, where am I going now? Where am I going? I think just straight north. I think straight north will do it. You know, funny enough, Yagudo, was that Yagudo in the wall? Yeah, he's stuck in the wall. It's okay. Yeah, but funny enough, the Yagudo don't really have that many good drops, at least the ones that I've killed. Oh, here we go, we're on the hard ones. We're getting to the hard part now. Time to put your sneaking invisible suit on. Also, yeah, I can really not think of any points in this game where like falling off or dropping down to a place is a good thing. I can't think of any times where like, no, that is completely only helpful and it won't like trap you or something, or like that's a one-way exit. I can't think of any. It's only bad times. Yeah, they do have some spell drops, I guess. The Yagudo do have that. Alright, so let's see, I went down. So I need to light the Yagudo torch at H910 to open the brass door. Okay, well, right now we can only go down a linear hallway. So I'll check my map while I'm going down the real long hall. Alright. Okay, so let's see, I need to go to H9 and 10. So H, we're on the right horizontal for that, H9, 10. I think if I take a left and then follow the hallway, I think that goes to where I need to go, I think. My sneak's about to wear off, but none of these enemies are, like... There were those, like... There were two enemies that were pretty high level. But other than those two enemies, like, no, everyone in here is, they're just easy low-level encounters. Uh-oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Okay. Okay. So we can't go the easy way. So they said H9 or 10. So, I see. I see what they want. So yeah, okay, my initial thought was that when they said H9 and 10 that they meant here, right? Like, I thought they meant here, but no, H9 and 10 would be here. So we have to go around, probably the long way, and okay. I get it now. I get it. Again, silly me, right? It's always the long way. Every time. Okay, no, it gets hard here. Okay, so this is where the game actually... This is where they put the real enemies. Okay. So, sneak up. Invisible is the main thing, but keep that sneak on anyway. So what do we got? Like, what kind of enemies we have to fight here? So they're level 46, 48, 40... So the highest level so far is 48. That's very soloable for me. Like, that's not a problem at level 60. Okay, the Bulwark Bats are still... They're still low-level mobs. Don't have to worry about that. So, am I right to guess that the main issue with this zone, like the main hazard, if you will, was the trap doors? Because that's what it seems like. It seems like if I had fucked up with the trap door, I would have been in for a bad time. But because I quickly, cowardly ran away and I avoided falling down the door when I pulled the wrong lever, I think that probably saved me a lot of heartache, right? Oh, we're gonna have to fight here, aren't we? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to fight. Unless I can time this really good, we're gonna have to fight. I have to uninvisible. Come on, light the torch. Light it! And now I'm in. Nice! Okay. Very nice, very nice. So, it's a zone edge, right? Yeah, there's a zone edge coming up. Wait, what? I'm being attacked through the fucking wall. Oh my god. I can't see them. Oh my god. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. They got me through the wall. I call shenanigans on that one. That Yagudo was wall hacking. Also, is he a ninja? Yeah, look, he's got like little shurikens. I wonder if he aggroed me while I was in that little cutscene walking through the door. I wonder if that's when he got me. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, he's a real ninja. Like he ninja teleported through the wall. Well, through the door anyway. Well, they do drop money. There is that. Okay, get that invisible back on. Okay, so let's see, I lit the torch, so now I have to open the brass door at G10. Continue to the altar room. Oh, I have to open the door, okay. Oh boy. Can I open door and get through without being aggroed? And no, I don't have anything at 75. I am as high level as I've ever been. So we're in the altar room. Am I getting a cutscene? Like, is it cutscene for entering? Oh yes. Oh no, it's our goblin friend from town. Remember our goblin friend? You know, he said, Mr. Fuck here, Mr. Fuckblix. Like, he believes that the Beastmen, they'll love humans. You know, if you just go have a stern talking to with them, they'll come around and everybody can be friends. Oh no, heartwarming scene. Thickblix! What happened? Are you alright? Wouldn't it be great if it was an adventurer that got him? Like they took my mithril coins. Oh, Verena. What's happened here? Who did this to you? Tell me who! Nobody, Verena. Don't hate them. I mean, listen, man, I've killed like thousands of Yagudo. I mean, what's it to me? Oh, I know. Hate will get us nowhere. Wait a second. Is this a human goblin romance? I'm not sure I can approve of that. I understand how you feel. If only we all could, then there'd be no more fighting. Verena, don't cry. Oh boy, we're doing it. It's okay, Thickblix. You don't have to worry. I'll be all right. Yeah. Is he gonna die now? Is he death gasp? Your courage needs no words. Even now, I can feel the warmth in your heart. Just hang in there. Something else. Oh no. Yes, Vicky, what is it? Yeah, I know. Oscar for best acting from this goblin. Oh, what is that? Oh, look, what is it? Thank you. No, Vicky. Thank you. You've shown us our mistakes. Oh, he's Final Fantasy X-ing. He returns to the live stream. We need a summoner to do a proper sending for him. Sorry, what are we doing? How does death work here? I forget. Thickblix always told us that someday people and beastmen would get along. I suppose you'll keep hating them. No, not just hating, actually fighting them. I mean, if we really want to, like, be immersive here, like, considering I killed a bunch of, I killed some Yagudo to get here, right? I've been killing a lot of things lately. I'd assume, like, I'm just standing here holding this scythe and I'm just dripping in blood. Like, blood and feathers, right? If we wanted to be, like, canonical. But just remember this one thing. Some beastmen think like Thickblix did. There's more to life than what you see in front of you. We're all flowing on the river of life, not just watching from the banks. Also, a moment, ma'am, I just had a thought. How the hell did you get here? Like, hold up. You guys saw everything I had to go through to get here, right? How did she get here? She doesn't, I don't see a weapon. Like, wait a second. Wait a second. I have so many questions. Alright. But no, really, how did she get here? Okay, well, that was, I guess our good goblin friend Fickblix. He was very short-lived. We barely knew him, like maybe, you know, we met him like maybe an hour ago. But I guess Fickblix truly was the best one out of all of us. His heart was the greatest. He really took one for the team there. Alright, so time to get my magicite. I will say, that was okay. Jokes aside, that was actually one of the, I want to say that was one of the better, more interesting cutscenes in the game so far. You could really tell they put some emotion into that scene. And I thought it was nice they actually animated the goblin kind of dramatically dying there. Like, you know what? That was great. That one gets a bravo from me. Okay, so time for our big cutscene. So this is the last magicite that I need, and I think all that's left is to return to Juno. Ooh, so I guess this is the Winder story. The Star Sibyl. Summoning, you say? Yes, I would like to name this magic summoning. So I assume this is a flashback, right? It has to be. The divine text depict it in the form of the Star Sibyl, commanding a great beast. At any rate, we are very close. Soon, the magic of summoning will be complete. Are you uneasy, Your Holiness? Yes, very. Time is of the essence. The lines of battle are at Tarongi Canyon and draw close to Saruta Baruta. So, okay, yeah, this is a flashback then. The attack on Astroia shall fail, and many flames of life will be extinguished, like the star reading long ago. You know what I'm noticing? I'm noticing that none of these Tarus are doing the little... They're not doing the playful little weird baby speak thing that most Tarus do. I guess they turn it off when they want to be serious, right? Place your trust in me, Your Holiness. Windurst shall escape its fate of ruin. The Book of the Gods has taught me everything. It told me the meaning of the tower and the fountain, and it has taught me how to command the greatest of beasts. Oh, so you're a beast master then. Ooh, look at this action cutscene. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, this is actually an action scene. Shoo, keep your grimy claws off the Windurst Oristry Minister. Ooh. You are a fool for coming here to the throne room alone. You say you are the Windurst Oristry Minister, Ajito Marujito. Gawk, Oristry Minister, and I am an aviatory minister. How do we know what you speak is not lies? Gawk! Oh, they're birdos. I shall cut you up and send you to Heaven's Tower. Gawk! Silence! Our little friend here came all the way from Windurst to greet us. Let us hear what he has to say. I'm getting into it now. We're full-on story mode. let's see. Oh, caca! You came all the way to ask about the full moon fountain. Well, you Taru have probably already realized why the Horutoto ruins were built and why the full moon fountain exists underneath them. Also, this music is really familiar. This sounds like something from an earlier Final Fantasy game. I can't quite place it. I feel like FF7, maybe? Alright, those ruins are evil. The towers sponge dry the areas around Saruta Baruta of all their magic. You think that we Yagudo are the cause of these wastelands, but you only have yourselves to thank. You, the Taru that activated those towers. Gasp, the Taru were the villains all along. The towers are all damaged. How do you explain magic still being drained from the plains of Saruta Baruta? What about you, Yagudo? What are those things that you continue digging? Those stones? Maybe they're the cause of all this. Kaka! I commend you on your perceptiveness. But the reason Saruta Baruta is becoming a wasteland is nothing to do with those stones. That night, 20 years ago, when we were defeated by your armies, you made a grave mistake. Oh. Kaka! You still do not understand. Make your way deep into the central tower of the Horutoto ruins. There, you will see firsthand what the star Sybil and those summoners really did. The moon and the stars no longer smile upon Windurst. Now, the world shall kneel before the Yagudo! Oh my. Huh. Man, we are like, we're flashback in flashback again. I love it. Star of the heavens, tell me what to do. Tell me, Karaha Baruha, help me. So we learn the dark secret of Windurst. But no, I'm in. I am all in. This is, honestly, this is some classic ass Final Fantasy right here. I'm in. What was that exactly? I missed it. It was something was there, but what happened? Are you all right? Oh, hey, we haven't seen Lion in a real long time. I kind of forgot she exists. Like, oh yeah, you're a thing. So that's what Magicite looks like. What could they possibly want with it? Also, she really just looks like Riku. Oh, we're going orchestral. You are too late. I have already awakened. Oh my god, what is happening with the plot? Your rage, cowardice, envy, arrogance, and apathy. From these, I will spread the bane that will destroy Vana'diel. Who are you? Right. Your kind has awakened me, and this time, you will be destroyed. You cannot stop me. Vana'diel will be the grave for you and all your kind. Man, it's going deep. Was that a phantom? An image of the Shadow Lord? Oh yeah, right, the Shadow Lord. Oh, it can't be. His powers can't have returned. Well, I mean, clearly. Then it's true. The Beastmen are trying to bring the Shadow Lord back. You be careful too. Where are you going? You're just running into a wall there. Okay, well that's the last Magicite. Woo, I got them all. I got all 3 Magicite. So I think I can just, yeah, I think I can just warp cudgel back to Juno now. God damn, I'm getting more plot today than I think I've gotten in like 20 years. Like I joke a lot, but really I do really like the story missions and stuff in this game. It might be what you would consider a very basic plot by modern standards, but I still like it, and it's still fun to see play out. And I think it feels really good to finally discover it because you really have to do some bullshit to get those story cutscenes. So it feels good when you finally get it, right? Alright, so, back in Juneau, we just go back to the audience chamber, H6 of Rulud Gardens, and I'm gonna get some goodies. It's time for goodies. Let me just re-equip my Falcastra. I like scythes. Since I have Scythe leveled up so much, at some point I should go Dark Knight. Okay, so back in Juneau, the audience chamber. That's well, I think it's up on the second floor of the big manor here. I think. Been a while since we were here. But this should unlock the airships. Like, this whole time, the only airship that I can ride is the Kazam airship. The normal airships that go from, like, Bastok and Sandori and Windurst to Juneau, the normal airships I couldn't ride. So this will actually be the first time that I have ever had access to the airship pass. Like, this will be the first time ever. Though, as a quick aside, I just thought about something. The airship pass, you can actually buy it for gil. It costs 500,000 gil, and technically, having over 1 million, I could have just bought it. But I mean, come on, you get it for free, right? You get it for free. I wonder, who buys the airship pass? Has anyone ever bought the airship pass? Has anyone bought it? Alright, here we go. Time to talk to the Duke. Man, look at this man. Just look at him. Magicite. Yes, these stones emit the same power as crystals, though impure. The power is great indeed. Now, it is clear why the Beastmen gathered where they did. They were drawn to the Magicite's great power. Yes, it's time to eradicate the Beastmen threat once and for all. I know... okay, look, I can already tell that I believe the game is kind of setting him up to kind of be villainous here, but if you were to ask Doubleless over here, she'd be like, "Fuck yeah, man, all in. I've already done my part. I've killed like 20,000 orcs right now." Alright. I thank you for your service. Here is an airship pass. With it, you may travel to any nation you please. And yeah, no, I really like the Duke's outfit here. I want it. I want that outfit. I also want a throne like that I can just sit on and pose like that. Alright, the 3 stones are incomplete, but with the power of the 4th stone that rests deep beneath Castle Zval. Oh, that's gonna be the next one, right? Oh, hey, I just noticed that guy over here. Like, this is the, hey, look, it's the completely trustworthy, black-cloaked, shadowy, advisor. Hey there. Perhaps, then, the Shadow Lord will rise again. I mean, wait, what do you mean? We don't want the Shadow Lord to rise again, right? Are we in for a plot twist? Oh. Of course, the talisman that seals Zval's inner depths was put in place over 20 years ago. It would stop any attempt. I've also read that the 3 keys to open the seal were kept safely by the 3 great nations. Your Grace! It's high wind. I know, right? Look, the shadowy advisor being a villain. Who would do that? Who would believe such a plot twist? Alright, oh, what is it? Dire news, Your Grace. The leaders of all 3 nations have been attacked. I love this. I love it. You have these 2 shadowy figures, and they're like, oh, well, the Shadow Lord could return, but you know, the 3 nations guard great treasures that would stop that. You know, they're safe in the 3 nations, and then immediately it's like, sir, all 3 nations have just been attacked. Sorry, that actually got me. I need a moment. Alright. Attacked by beastmen? Yes, Your Grace. But why would the beastmen ever attack us? Confound them, they're 1 step ahead of us. So they seek to resurrect the Shadow Lord. Quite a lofty goal for beastmen. So be it. Perhaps you should return to your embassy. I will call for your aid again soon. Until then, be well. Alright, I did my part. Look, I'm just an adventurer. I'm just here for a paycheck, alright? Look, Dark Lord, not my problem. Hey, what's going on? Oh, you don't have to tell me. Oh, hey there, Eye Patch Kid. Are you, like, mind melding? What are you doing here? Oh, so you went to Castle Astrosia and met a girl named Verena there. And she gets along with the Beastmen. Wow. So maybe we could get along. Did he just, like, mind meld with me? Hey, Wolfgang, Wolfie, you here? What would you ask me, Lord Ealdnarch? Would you find someone named Verena and bring her here? I heard she's Aldo's little sister. Of course, my lord, but may I ask why? She seems of questionable intentions. I think she has some nifty powers, so I just want to play with her. That's all. Is everyone here just a supervillain and I'm completely, like, oblivious? Like, am I wrong, right? Like, everybody in this palace seems like some kind of supervillain. Huh. Don't tell this to Camlanot. I want to surprise him. As you wish, my lord. Huh, I can't wait. Alright. Alright then. I got the airship pass. Woo. Okay. Oh, I'm hearing... Oh, hold up. I'm hearing a cat meow. Okay. Cat's got something. One sec, guys. Cat stuff. Alright, I'm back. The cat came in like squeaking super loudly. And yeah, she brought a mouse in. It's been happening at least once a day, every day now. But fortunately it was not a live mouse, so it was easy to take care of. Okay. Okay. Whew, the timing on that. So, okay, I got my airship pass, but I didn't get the rank up message yet, so I have to return to my embassy. Okay. And, ooh, apparently when I return to my embassy, rank 5, the 5-1 mission is gonna start immediately. Ooh. And apparently I won't be able to change my allegiance until I complete 5-1. So interesting. So I guess something really plot critical is about to happen. If I had to guess, right? Yeah, I think we're getting into like, the hard nation missions now, right? I think all the way up until now, it was kind of just like, I don't know, a warm-up, if you will. But now that we have our airship pass, like, we're a recognized adventurer, I guess now the real story begins now, right? That's kind of my understanding. The real game begins now. But, alright, just one sec. I just noticed my glasses are, like, super foggy. So, just giving them a quick clean so I can actually see what I'm doing. It is still, like, it's hot here. I'm sweating a lot. Like, glasses literally fogging up. Alright. We good. Okay, so, to the embassy. Let's see, what is the temperature right now? Let me check. Hold up. So my PC says it's not too hot. My PC says it's only 22, but I'm not sure I trust that. Hold up, let me get something a little more accurate. Let's see. Okay, let me get a more accurate. It's somewhere around 22, 23, so that's not bad, but it feels a lot hotter. It's the humidity. It's really humid right now. Like we're touching up on 60% humidity, so that would explain why it feels a lot hotter than it is. That would explain that. I guess that's really the main issue, is that the air feels kind of sticky, you know? It's not a great feeling. Alright, so this'll do rank 5, right? Doubleus, at long last you return. Congratulations on your success. Yeah. I regret you have no time for reprieve. Our beloved Sandoria is in danger. Oh no, not the big Oreo. Her Excellency is away, so please take this to the court in her stead. Take the airship. I will remain and do what I can. Nice! I got a message to Juno, and 10,000 gil, which would have been really impressive a while ago, but now it's just it's more gil to go on the pile at this point. But cool. Very nice. So yeah, the rank 5-1 mission, we're just in it now. But that'll be for another time. That will be for another time. So I wanted to get a little City of Heroes in before kind of capping things off, which we're running a little late for that, but I still want to play it a little. But before I get out of Final Fantasy, I want to check out the new items I can get. So I can get rank 5 items, right? Wait, what? Have you ever met Lord? Oh wait, no, you're not the You're not the guy. You're not the guy. I don't know why I thought he was my guy, but it's over by the entrance there. I think it's because at a glance, like, that little area looks a lot like the area over here with just a guy standing on the corner. And yeah, easy to kind of mix them up. But here's the guy. He's an elf. Is that... what? Why is there a carbuncle just floating here? How is there a carbuncle just floating here? What is this? Okay. Okay. So, new item time? Which, oh yeah, I guess they could, like, technically I can sort of preview any of the items, right? Like, I think I can just look at any of them, but, so I'm rank 5. So to get rank 5 items, it is 16,000 points. I think right now I can afford, like, 1 item, almost 2 items. So what kind of goodies are rank 5? A lance, a sword, a Why are there 2 shields? What's the point of that? The Temple Knight Army Sword. What's that look like? Looks neat. Huh, so it's for warriors, it's level 50 for warrior, red mage, paladin, dark knight, and rune fencer, but don't have that here. Gives int mind vitality. I guess for someone that might be a good weapon? The Royal Knight Army Collar. Oh, Beastmasters can wear it. So it's 5 defense, 2 strength, 2 vitality, 2 attack. The necklace that I have right now, I think it gives me like +2 attack and evasion, and or something like that. I don't know. It's fine. It's a fine piece. And this one, okay, actually that one might be worth trading up for. +3 accuracy, +2 evasion. That one might be worth kind of trading up. The stat isn't, like, the stats aren't really, like, the mind isn't impressive, but the defense and accuracy and evasion, that's pretty decent actually. Like, that might be an item I actually want. There's mufflers and solarettes. Ooh, accuracy +3. Now, there's a lot of Beastmaster friendly items here. Right? Lots of Beastmaster friendly stuff. Which I find it kind of interesting that you have warrior, paladin, dark knight, samurai. Well, I guess ninjas on there too, but then, I don't know, Beastmaster, I don't tend to think of Beastmaster as being like one of the tanky classes, but it's up there with them, I guess. And then the... oh, wait, there's another... there are multiple pages. Royal Knight's Belt. Ooh, that's a nice one. I don't think I even have a belt right now. But yeah, +2 strength, dexterity, agility, intelligence, mind, charisma. That's a lot. Like, that is +2 to almost any stat, like... well, wait, that is all the stats, right? Yeah, that's like all the base stats, so... it's any stats you might want. +2. That's pretty good. Let's see, a decent amount of classes can wear it. Beastmaster being one of them. The Thief can wear it, which I might want to take Thief up to 50. Warrior, Red Mage, Paladin, Dark Knight, like Samurai. Most classes that I would want to play, like, yeah, they can wear it. I guess the thing is, a lot of those stats would be kind of worthless. Like for a Beastmaster, like, yeah, I don't really need Mind or Int, but I need Strength, I need Dexterity, Agility is nice, Charisma is always something you can use. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and buy the Royal Knight's Belt. Like, it's just sort of an objective upgrade. So, because right now I have no belt whatsoever. So yeah, I'm gonna purchase that. Nice. I feel good and confident with my purchase. I'm gonna put it in my Mog wardrobe though. Gonna pop that in the wardrobe so I'm not carrying it around in my inventory. But man, finally, feels good. I finally got my airship pass. Like, that feels good. I have never gotten the airship pass, ever. So to finally have it, and have those missions out of the way, to be rank 5 in my nation, which I guess that's like the halfway point, right? I feel happy about that. I'm really making more progress here on Horizon than I ever made, like, not back in the day and not on other private servers. Like, this is kind of the most progress I've ever seen. Also, did I get more Mog wardrobe slots for like did I get more slots for ranking up? I don't think I did, not this time. I'm not sure how many hours I've put in, but a lot. But that's what makes it all the sweeter, all right? It's what makes victory taste so much sweeter. But yeah, I would imagine, like, I could see it. I could see how rank 5 is kind of where a lot of players just stop, because, well, yeah, you've got your airship pass now. I guess, you know, that's all you need, I guess, but at least on this server, you unlock more Mog wardrobe slots, right? Like, you get that wardrobe bigger by increasing your rank as a side effect. So, yeah, I mean, I'll keep going. Go as high as I can go. But let's see, just check my delivery box. Oh, look at that. My king truffles that I got from those killer mushrooms. 6,200 gil each. Like, not for a stack, for a single one. Well, yeah, I guess you need like an actual team for the difficult fights, and yeah, that does scare people off. Although, I mean, you kind of need a team for the rank 3 mission. You know, like the mission to get rank 3 where you have to fight the eye and the dragon. I mean, technically you need a team for that too. And that was a huge bottleneck for me as well. That's actually a bottleneck that I never got past back in the day. Like, the rank 3 mission stopped me. Although here I just duoed it. And not even a beast, like, I was a beast master, but the other guy was a warrior, so but we duoed through it, and it was down to the wire, but it felt good. It felt real good. Alright, so my Mog wardrobe, well, I could stuff my warp cudgel in there, but I kind of consider the warp cudgel to be like that's an item I use for my inventory. I don't really consider it equipment in the same sense. I really could clean some of this stuff out of my like, I don't need the Sandor. Honestly, the Sandorian ring, I really could just get rid of it. Like, honestly, I could just get rid of it. It's okay, like, when you're level 10 or below, but by level 14, there's better rings you'll want to put on. I don't know, but for now I'm not full for slots, so I'll leave it be. But okay, I got the Royal Knight belt. Yeah, look at that. Just +2 to everything except vitality. I guess that's the one thing it doesn't increase. It's everything except vitality, which I guess if you want a tank that would be an issue, but if you're not a tank, that's just a nice +2 to every stat. That's nice and comfy. I wish I could hoard everything, but I really don't think there's enough inventory in the game to play it like a hoarder. Inventory space is pretty tight. I do need to do more of my inventory quests, though. I'll say that. I still, yeah, like my main inventory, I'm at 21 out of 50. This is my main storage right here. I could probably get rid of like some of these items. I had them leveling up White Mage, and I could get rid of some of that. Though I have to keep my katana, my 420 katana here. That's something I definitely want to hold on to. I know, right? Look at my gear. I'm wearing a level 11 chest piece. It's because I literally don't get hit. Like, as a Beastmaster, I literally never take damage. So armor just doesn't matter for me. Like, whether I'm using Jug Pets or I'm charming, like, you just don't get hit. I keep my weapon relatively up to date. It could stand to use an update, but it's good enough. But the back slot, I haven't really found anything that would be like, a lot of the back slots just give defense. I'm not really sure what I would want on my back slot. And again, it comes down to like, I don't really get hit, and I might have to check again. But I didn't really see any back slot items that boost my offense. I didn't really see anything for that. But I haven't looked in a while. The funny thing is, I mean, even just vanilla Beastmaster back in the day, like, they were always good. They were always the solo class. Like, the thing is, the way that Beastmaster plays, yeah, your pet is going to be tanking. Whether that's a Jug Pet or it's a Charm Pet, the pet's gonna be tanking for you. So anything relating to defense is completely unnecessary for me. Like, sure, it can help, and, you know, there are times where, hey, if you have good gear, you could tank for a bit and kind of swap off with your pet. Like, sure, but you don't need it for average level grinding gameplay. It's not necessary. I mean, hell, you don't even really need a weapon. I could literally go into combat completely naked, and my pet can on its own kill things. And that's vanilla. Like, even in just unmodified FF11, you charm something and tell it to kill something else. It doesn't need your help to do that. Like, it's quicker if you have good gear, obviously. You want good gear so things go faster, but it's not necessary. So yeah, as a Beastmaster, it's a really good class if you're kind of stingy with your money like I am. And that's why I have so much money, because I don't have to spend any of it. Like, the funny thing is, I don't level Beastmaster for BCNM stuff. I level it primarily because I like to solo. You know, I play during off hours, so I like having the option to solo, and Beastmaster gives you that. It gives you that no matter what you're playing as. Like, when I leveled White Mage and Ninja up to 37, some of that I did in a party, but most of it I did completely solo with Beastmaster as a sub-job. And I was pretty much just a Beastmaster, right? So I level it up so that I can solo good. That's why I level it. And it is really good for that. Always has been. That said, I'm not above partying. It's just, again, I tend to play during off hours, so I really have to be able to solo. Or else I'm gonna have a really bad time. But I'd say, thematically, what I like about Beastmaster, I like the idea of, like, you know, taming pets or summoning pets. It's got that Pokemon element to it, right? And I like how every type of beast, like, they have some kind of strength and weakness. I really like that. I really like that some beasts will, like, intimidate others, and they do have, like, actual Pokemon-esque strengths and weaknesses. It's its own little game, and I appreciate that. So for me, Beastmaster it's just no contest. It's my favorite. I've always liked it. Not a Horizon-specific thing. Though I do know there are a lot of people that they play it on this server just because of the changes, but I didn't need those. That said, I will eventually work on my gear. It's just, you know, I don't need to yet. So I won't. Alright. So, okay. I accomplished what I wanted to today. I actually wasn't sure I would be able to. I honestly didn't think I'd make it. Like, I thought that it would take a lot longer, but, no, I did it. It did take kind of almost our whole session here, but I did it. Oh yeah, I do want to do the artifact stuff. I would like to do the artifact armor quests and all that so that I look the part of the Beastmaster, although I would like to make my own fashion, but it would be cool to have those items. And I'm pretty sure because of the bonuses, like, you can probably, well, especially as a Beastmaster, you can probably get away with just wearing your artifact gear, right? Like, you could probably just get away with that. I mean, the main thing I want is that like, I know it's not artifact, but I really want the sheep hat just for looks, right? I want the dumb sheep hat because I would like to make some kind of costume look out of that. I think that comes from a BCNM. I'm not sure which one. I'd have to. It's a Horizon specific thing though, so I'd have to look that one up. I know, Fashion Quest is the real game. That's the real end game for me. Look, you gotta look fashionable while you're murdering through all these rats of unusual size and beastmen and whatever, you know? As I slay many a vermin. Though funny enough, I mean, you get the rabbits, right? There's the rabbit enemies, but there are no rats in this game. I don't think rats are a thing in Final Fantasy, actually. Like, just in general, I don't think there's any rats in any Final Fantasy game. But there's things that are close enough to a giant rat. There's plenty of vermin to slay. But anyway, I feel good. I got my rank up. Well, I started the stream, I did a little grinding, got level 60, right? That feels good. And then I ranked up. Next thing I want to work on is... So, okay. I got White Mage to 37, I got Ninja to 37. Next thing I'd like to do is get Thief and Warrior to 37. I want to get Warrior leveled up just so that at some point, I would like to try my hand at tanking, like, properly, and I'd like to level Paladin for that. At some point, like, way later down the line, I'd like to try Paladin. But I think you kind of want Warrior leveled up first for that. But main thing is Thief. I'd like to get that up to 37. Oh? Hmm? No. No cat. The wife is disappointed.
Yes, because it's a very cuddly cat.
Hmm.
Considering just today I might have 2 cream sodas.
Okay. It's your cream soda.
And I have been good about only getting 2 the first day they arrive.
Yeah. The wife really likes cream soda, which I think it's okay. I'm not as huge a fan.
Vanilla and carbonation are a very nice experience together.
Yeah. I'd like a vanilla Coke, but it's surprisingly hard to find a vanilla Coke here that isn't 0 sugar. I need that real sugar. Alright, but yeah, so my plan kind of going forward with this is I'd like to get Thief and Warrior leveled up. At some point I'd like to unlock, well yeah, I need to unlock Paladin. But I would like to continue unlocking the advanced jobs. I only did a few, but I would like to continue, maybe make a habit out of every stream, just at some point unlocking an advanced job, right? And just keep doing that until I have them all. That might be a good plan. I mean, back in the day, like, back in retail, in the actual Promathia era, my main was Bard. I really like Bard gameplay. Nowadays, I don't know if I have it in me, because it's a very repetitive job in a party. But, I used to love Bard back in the day. The funny thing is, it was a really party-friendly class, but I still had to wait like 5 hours to get a group sometimes. Oh man, a marshmallow Coke. A marshmallow Coke. I'm not even sure how does that work, but it sounds good. It sounds good. The thing is, I'm not like, I've never really been the hugest like Coke or Pepsi fan. I mean, as a kid, I just drank whatever was around, right? But as an adult, like, I'm more of an energy, like a fruity energy drink kind of man. I'm more into that. Or coffee, I guess. But when I have like just a cola, a soda, there's some good colas here that aren't Coke or Pepsi. There's Afri and there's Fritz, and they both have a really good strong like cola nut taste to them. And I'd say like either of those are kind of my go-to for a soda / cola type of drink these days. Also, the commercials for Afri-Cola are fucking nuts. Especially like the older ones. They're all I can say is like look up sometime like an original Afri-Cola commercial, and they're very art house is what I can say. But anyway. So I did what I wanted to do today. I feel like a champ. I feel like a winner. I feel like a hero, if you will. So with that said, I think it's a good time. We don't have much time left. I won't be able to do much, but I would like to kind of cap off the stream, changing focus and getting a little City of Heroes in, just a little bit, because I like that game too. All right, but I'm gonna go ahead and I guess I will log out, and I'll put the intermission screen on as I'm just setting things up. I gotta change the Twitch, the description and all that. Change the game out so people stop coming in here for Final Fantasy. But if hey, if you had fun, well, I hope you had fun. If you're only here for Final Fantasy, this is a good point to conclude it for today. We'll continue it another day, probably more tomorrow. Maybe unlock some more advanced jobs. But we're gonna switch focus to City of Heroes. So, you want to stick around? Great. Otherwise, have a good one. So, all right, logging out.